All students are members and participants in the government of the student body, and as such are encouraged to take part in discussion of Senate bills and orders or issues affecting students. Please wait to be recognized by the chair and be courteous to others wishing to speak. Abbas.
Present.
Baker.
Present.
Bauer.
Present.
Benzoni.
Here.
Breitbart.
Here.
Birch. Doherty.
Here.
Debates.
Here.
Spisak.
Present.
Fitton.
Present.
Foley. Here. Grenadierova. Here. Herman.
Here.
Johnson. Here. Kaufman. Pensler. I'm just talking to him. Kearns. Lang. Here. Merle. Nygaard. Here. Osborne.
Here.
Parkinson. Peterson.
Here.
Plantenberg.
Here.
Schultz.
Here.
Sorry, I was going to say Schulte when I realized.
It is Schulte.
It is Schulte? Next one. Sharp. Here. Snell.
Present.
Talon. Turhaw.
Here.
Voss.
He's here, but he's not here right now.
Yeah, I saw. Walsh.
Present.
Ward. Present. Williams. Here. Wolf.
Present.
The minutes were sent out yesterday. Are there any corrections or objections to the minutes from last week? At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
Make a motion to approve these.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Senator Breitbart will recognize you as making the motion, and Doherty will recognize you as second. Is there any discussion? Okay. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC on approving the minutes? Minutes are approved. We're now in reports, rules committee.
Okay. Great. So Rules Committee met Monday at 6 o'clock, as we usually do, down in the West Student Office space. We have a new Human Science Senator that will be seated tonight, if you so choose to confirm her. But we said that favorably. During our rules meeting, gallery member Voss actually suggested coming up with an ad hoc committee to kind of go over more with a fine-tooth comb and kind of look at the bills that were actually in Rules and Finance Committee concerning the creating accounts for the Election Commission and for University Affairs as well as for PR. So that's kind of a new concept, so we thought we would maybe come up with an ad hoc committee to kind of, like I said, go over that and see where they can kind of go. I'll probably be announcing a little bit more about that this upcoming week. And so if that's something that interests you, please let me know, because the speaker actually raises these committees and then speaks to the members as well. And so we'll find a good time where everyone can meet and all that jazz. You also get points for that on outreach if you go to that committee meeting, if it is in fact something that comes up. Also, let's see, there's been I changed the agenda actually because we'll be confirming hopefully our Chief Justice and Associate Justice for our Supreme Court, but they do have time conflicts, and so we're actually going to have them go before the program, which is Nancy Keller tonight. So if you have any objections to that, you can certainly make that motion, but I would strongly urge that you let them go first. Also, I put and I sent out the new visual identity that we have for the governing student body, and this is so beautifully up here on the screen, and so you can admire that, and that's pretty exciting. And so that's what I have for Rules Committee. If you guys have any questions, let me know.
Are there any questions for Speaker Williams? Finance, FDR.
committee met last night for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. So you didn't have a chance to read through the finance memo. There was one error. There is a further amendment to the funding of Puerto Rican Students Association night bill, if I'm not mistaken. And that was to adjust the tent tables, chairs line item down by $200. That is, my memory serves correct, $200. So that was the one error in my finance committee memo that I've been, or finance director's memo that I've been made aware of. So I sent that out this afternoon. I apologize for the lateness, but I've been a little bit caught up in the career fair stuff. So with that, I do have the relevant account balances in the finance committee memo. If you would like to pull that up, you may. Otherwise, I will read them now if you're ready for them. The Senate discretionary account, I'm estimating, has $7,644.90. $7,644.90. Capital projects, again, I don't know how much will be reclaimed, so I'm going off of what I know is in the account, which is $4,274.28. The events account, my estimate is that it has $27,972.92. It's $27,972.92. And then the executive initiative account will have decreased by the next with a expenditure for, I believe, $26 for a mass email that you should have received today. So, is it 52? Is it actually 52? We'll work it out. That'll be reflected in the next one, but I'll also be in my audit of that account when I do so this semester. So, are there any questions?
Senator Herman.
I was under the impression yesterday in the meeting when we had our memo, or our finance committee agenda, they sent out that the account balance of Senate discretionary was $14,000.
Correct. I did update. I might have made an error, but I believe I was updating them. I updated Mary today with all of the things that we can do.
So when we were considering bills last night, we actually
Yes, I
set
apologize.
Senator Bauer.
May I address NPR?
You may.
With regards to your other items on your memo, the first bullet point there with recommending the Senate find a way to prioritize spending, do you envision that in any certain way, or what would you like to see done with that, I guess?
Well, I think, at least from my point of view, one of the difficult things about the way that GSB does funding is that we address it as a full cycle. And there's not really a way to tell what you're going to want to do in the future, which makes it pretty hard to plan for. So I don't know what the Senate would like to do with regards to that, but finding what the Senate believes is important to be spending the limited resources that we do have is very important. And I think whether you would like to have a discussion about that here, or if you would like to have a discussion in the future on some sort of resolution, some sort of discussion, whether or not that actually takes the form of a bill or not. I think that's a discussion that we're having anyways. We're looking at redoing the funding system. But I think it's something that can't wait necessarily based on our current account balances. And I will, I guess going back to Senator Herman's question, I will double check on that account balance. But I believe that what we have here is correct.
All right, thanks.
Senator Britton.
Also, to address Senator Bauer's question, I have prepared remarks for open forum to discuss that as I was the secretary during committee who made sure that was attached to the agenda.
Vice Chief Snow.
May I address the finance director?
You may.
Any word from camps or accounting when we're going to be getting our returns?
That, as I've mentioned before, the plan was to do it towards the end of the day. So, seeing as we're drawing up on that within a few days,
Okay, thank
we should have that, hopefully by next week, we should have action numbers.
Are there any further questions for Finance Director Radisky? Thank you. Public Relations, PR Chair Bauer.
All right. We also met last night. Just a couple announcements. First off, if you haven't sent me your bio, you really need to send me that as soon as possible. I still have probably 10 to 15 people that haven't sent them to me, so your pages will be temporarily taken down if they're still not here on Monday. So please, please, please send them to me. I realize there's a lot of tests and everything going on this week, so focus on that first. But this weekend would be a great time to write your bios and your goals for the year. It shouldn't take you that long. It'll probably take you 15 minutes tops. You can look at my bio, Vice Speaker Snell, or anyone that other people that have bios. You can kind of use it as a template of what to go off of. So it really shouldn't be too complicated. And then just send me a couple of goals that you plan to accomplish for the year. Also going off of that, if you haven't had your picture taken, I'm pretty sure most of everyone in this room has. We can stick around for a little bit after the meeting if you still need to get a picture. But please come get a picture because we don't need that photo available picture for you on your page. So please, if you haven't had a picture, get me those and I will get those up on the website either towards the end of this week or on the weekend. I'll get the pictures up. As for what we talked about in committee, we spent the majority of the time recapping the retreat. Thank you for everyone who attended. We had a fairly decent turnout, roughly 36 people, which isn't terrible for the first retreat on Saturday afternoon. So I was very pleased. I thought everyone was very engaged, had fun, learned a lot. So I'm going through the feedback surveys, so I'll probably have more about that next week. But if you have any other feedback and weren't able to fit it all on the sheet, feel free to shoot me an email or just come talk to me if you have anything else you want to say about that. We're trying to look into, I know some of the feedback I already received is that they want to have more social type events among GSB members so that we can continue to build relationships. So we'll be working on something like that. It won't be a retreat style, it'll be hanging out of some sort. So there's further details to come about that. Other things we discussed were Meet Your Government Day 2013, Part 2. We are trying to find a source for funding for food items, because obviously GSB can't fund food items. So we're kind of trying to figure out what we're going to do with that. We're kind of in the jam right now, so if you have any recommendations, come see myself or Senator Boss and let us know about that. But we're planning it for November 11th, which is a Monday after homecoming. So that's tentatively planned for that. Other than that, that was pretty much all we talked about. Are there any questions?
Are there any questions for the chair about? Thank you. University Affairs Chair Kearns.
All right, so we met again last night at 6:10. We do have a permanent meeting room now. We'll be meeting in room 3558 here in the MU every week at 6:10. So if you ever have anything that you would like to bring to UA committee, you're more than welcome to come at that time. Myself and Senator Plantenberg and Senator Lang will be meeting with event authorization on Friday. Just kind of learn more about the services that they do offer so we can start to look into problems that groups have been having with them. Nick is still working with risk management on the food sales issues here on campus. Senator Plantenberg and Senator Wolf are meeting on Monday at 9 with SciRide about the 6A bus route, extending that later into the night. And we're still waiting on GPSS clickers. We hope to have that done by mid-October here. We'll do a test run here in GSB sometime in October and then hopefully have it fully implemented by the end of October. And then Senator Breitbart is meeting with FP&M tomorrow to work on that sidewalk across from the NWO, or I guess as it is now the money back. Are there any questions?
So I haven't read about, I'm sorry. You're just, cool. So I was just wondering, with the 6A bus route, I know this has been something that's been in the works for years, but with the new building going up over by Towers, that's supposed to have classrooms in it apparently, do you know if that's going to affect that possibly, make that a lot easier to get accomplished? Or
I will defer to Senator Plantenberg to see if he's working with it.
I don't know about the new building at the moment. We can look into
I'll just
that.
find out
I was
about
just going to put one slight correction there. We're meeting with the hall council of the towers, not SciRide. Monday.
yeah, all right, well, we have an open chair, or an open seat now on UA committee.
And you'll-
Coming up tonight, so if you're interested, jump on.
Are there any further questions for University First? Thank you. Vice Speaker.
All right, I got nada, so if anybody's got questions, I'm ready to rock and roll. Sweet.
And the comments from the executive branch will be moved to open forum tonight so that we can move on with our program. I do want to take a minute to just introduce our temporary clerk for the evening. Zach Pendroy is currently sick, was not able to be here tonight, so Amanda Loomis, who is the Director of Special Events on the Cabinet, is filling in and taking minutes tonight. So as a reminder, please speak loudly and clearly so that she can hear up here and take accurate minutes. With that, we'll move into justice confirmations. Senate Order 2013-2-039SC, confirming the Chief Justice.
Caitlin, if you want to take the podium. Senate Order 2013-2-039SC, confirming the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Whereas by way of executive order, President Spencer Hughes has nominated Caitlin Hensel to fill the position of Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And whereas this nomination requires Senate confirmation, be it therefore ordered that Caitlin Hensel be confirmed as Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the government and the student body. And be it also ordered that Ms. Hensel immediately assume all rights and responsibilities of this position as delineated in government law. And I will turn it over to President Hughes.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Snell. To give you a little bit of background, our Supreme Court there's 9 positions on the court. Currently, there are 4 members on the court, and the court needs a minimum of 6 to have quorum. So the court is not able to conduct any sort of official business at all at this point. So my goal was to identify 2 justices right away so the court can get started as soon as possible, and then I'll be working to fill the remaining 3 openings over the course of probably the next couple of weeks. But we need to get the court moving as soon as possible. Caitlin Hensel is my nominee for Chief Justice. Her name was given to me by last year's Chief Justice, Ryan Peterson, who is remaining as an Associate Justice. He gave me her name with the highest recommendation. I sat down and had a conversation with her. I feel very comfortable about the direction that the court will be moving with her in charge. So I'm going to turn it over to her to introduce herself, and then she'll take questions from the Senate.
Hello everyone, I hope you are all having a phenomenal evening. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity that has been given to me. I know that after sitting down and talking with Mr. Hughes, I feel very comfortable with the direction that we are hopeful to attain, and I know that with the team of the other justices that we will be able to have a more active role on campus and let students know that we're here and we're ready to be utilized. So if there's any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them.
Vice Speaker Snell.
May I address the nominee?
You may.
Thank you for coming, Caitlin. I am very excited to hear you, or to see you here. Just want to also mention to everybody here on the Senate, these confirmation bills are kind of a matter, of course, that we take care of. They're procedural. But even so, even though she will no doubt be confirmed here, I do want to say for the record, I have known Caitlin for some time, and every once in a while I get really excited to see somebody come here and become one of us. And this is one of those times. Caitlin is one of the sharpest people I know in the political science department, and we should all be very excited that her talent is coming here. And I wholeheartedly seek for unanimous consent on this. Thank you.
Senator Kinsler.
May I address the nominee?
You may.
Thanks for coming out again tonight. You said something that I've been hearing a lot lately, which is that the court wanted to take kind of a more active role in the organization as a whole. Do you have any plan, or do you foresee like what role you want the court to take?
Absolutely. I know that going into this, I, for one, hadn't seen much involvement with the court in the past, and I felt more reassured after talking with Mr. Hughes about, what do you think we can do to help, to facilitate. And I know after the discussion, he mentioned that with the student organizations on campus, when there are sometimes disputes, they will naturally call administration, which is directed by the student union board, and though they handle the disputes that would potentially come up with the student organizations. And I know that there's a form online for students to fill out, and yet many students wouldn't know that that was there. And so I know initially, my goal is to definitely sit down and talk to administration and say, you know, if you have this issue come up, with students, we want to let you know that we're here, and that we're here to help, and that we want to also take part in that, so that students know that we're something to be utilized and not just something in the background. And so I definitely plan on trying to put things into place so that people know we're here. And then definitely get advice from people that are more involved so that we can make a smooth transition without putting too many ripples in the water.
And then, just out of curiosity, what grade or your classification?
My classification, I am a senior
Okay.
at Iowa State University. I am majoring in event management with a minor in political science, and I plan on pursuing a career in law.
Perfect, thank you. I yield.
Senator Fitton. You may.
Thanks for coming to me, Caitlin. The other question I had is, I just spoken with now Associate Justice Peterson, and I just wanted your opinion. Justice Peterson is under the impression that our Supreme Court does not act as an actual Article III court in which original action comes to the court. He believes that if the courts were to see something, I want to mention specifically the districting that we had in the election, that would conflict with student interests, that the court could take action if they so chose to do, and I didn't know if you had any opinion on that.
Are you talking about the election where there was some redistricting issues in the campus town areas that we were talking about? Okay, thank you for that clarification. I know that after talking with various individuals who have brought that to my attention, I know that I am interested, and I know that, but it's not just about me. I also know that I would like to sit down and talk with the individuals who have the facts, who have the background, who can come to not only me, but the other individuals on the court, and we can talk about it, and if there is action that needs to be taken, we will do so in the proper manner. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, thank you. I also want to speak to Caitlin's benefit as well. I helped on the debate team, the political debate team last fall. We all know how that went, but she was part of one of my prep teams that did allow us to win that debate. So I really have been challenged by her philosophically and intellectually, and I think she'd be a good addition to the court. So, I yield.
Senator Blankenberg.
Permission to address the nominee?
Yes.
You said you were a senior. Are you a graduating senior?
Yes, I will be a graduating senior in May.
Right. And if now they're fine, is that a call question?
Second.
The question has been called and seconded, so we'll move into voting. UC has been called to unanimous consent. Is there any objection to UC? This passes. Senate Order 2013-2-040SC, confirming an associate justice.
Jensen?
Janice.
Janice, right. Okay, you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Senate Order 2013-2-04SC, titled Confirming an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court. Whereas, by way of Executive Order, President Spencer Hughes has nominated Catherine Geneser to fill the position of Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, and whereas this nomination requires Senate confirmation, be it therefore ordered that Catherine Geneser be confirmed as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the government of the student body, and be it also ordered that Ms. Geneser immediately assume all rights and responsibilities of this position as delineated in government law. And I yield to Spencer Hughes.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Snell. Katie Geneser is my first nominee for Associate Justice, and she would put the court at 6, which would allow for quorum. I know Katie through, we are in the same constitutional law course, so she has a passion for constitutional law, which is kind of important in this capacity. I want to address a question that was kind of alluded to earlier by Senators Kensler and Plantenberg. Both of these nominees here tonight will not be continuing with the court beyond their graduation in the spring. As for the 4 justices who are currently on the court, at least 1 and potentially 3 will maybe plan to continue, but as we know, things change over the course of the year. We're not really sure how that works. Let me tell you briefly what my rationale is behind these nominations. The court needs a strong core of people who are passionate in really developing and identifying what the court actually is. rather than, I'm also looking to identify some people who will be serving for a period of time as well, but it's more important to me to get the right people there, even if they are leaving in the spring, as long as there will be some continuity in the court, which I absolutely will plan to do with future nominations. So just keep that in mind when voting on this. And at this point, I'll hand it over to Ms. Janice to introduce herself.
Hi, like Spencer said, I'm Katie Janizer, and I am a senior. My majors are political science and sociology, and I'm also pursuing a career in law. So I'm excited to be a part of GSB. It's something that I don't know a lot about, but I'm excited. So I can take any questions if you have any.
Other questions from Senator Gensler?
Question.
The question has been called.
UC.
And seconded, UC has also been called. Is there any objection to UC? This passes. And our program of the week is Nancy Keller. So Nancy, if you want to take the podium. So everyone, please close your laptops at this time. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Hillary. I have made a copy of my PowerPoint for you, so you don't have to take as many notes, because I know I'm going to talk quick so that you can get to questions, which I know is more important. Okay. I'm also handing out a copy of the student group menu, which is the reduction of catering prices for groups when they do catering on campus that we do. And so you can pass that on to groups as well. Well, thank you for having me here tonight. I really enjoy it. As a matter of fact, I learned something new already. So you always challenge me and get me going. So I got to find out what's going on by the towers. So in the last few years, if we could go to the next step. Obviously, you know, enrollment grows, and as enrollment grows, so does my waistline. No, I'm just kidding. But a little true. One of the things that's happening is obviously there's more demand for food. We are presently doing about 1,000 transactions more a day than we did last year this time. And so we are definitely looking at that. Some of the things that have been going on, ISU Dining has had a meal plan change. And you know what? You have last year's up, I'm sorry. If you could put up 13.
No, but that's good.
It was 13? Yeah. And then put the 12. Okay, well, don't pay attention to the slides, I guess. Sorry about that. The ones that you have are the right ones. So, that's so weird. They must not have copied on. Okay, well, let me tell you a little bit of what's going on. ISU Dining's operations, obviously there's one new facility that we opened this year, and that is at Curtis. Has anybody seen the Curtis Cafe? That is the model for some of the things that I'm looking for, which give us something to handle a lunch crunch in different buildings. So if you get an opportunity, I suggest you take a look at it. It's also a great space that's underutilized at this time. So now you're probably all going to be angry that you've seen it, and I just shared it, but it's a great space, so check it out. But presently we have 4 dining centers, we have 3 restaurants, 3 convenience stores, and then we have all of our cafes. So we have a total of 20 operations on campus. Some of the things that have been going on, obviously ISU Dining operations. Some of the things that they talked about last night about Campus Town are relevant also for ISU Dining. We have some infrastructure in some of our facilities that we're working through. So what I've shared with you is the food store, some of the trending, the commissary kitchen, the bakery, the training center, and administration. So in taking a look at those, really those are the core of what makes ISU Dining work. So in talking about it, food stores has allowed us in a time, thank you. Food stores has allowed us to buy purchasing by bulk. And if any of you had a chance to take the tour with your classes, it's a little bit overwhelming that actually exists on campus and surprising to people, especially to have a warehouse on 3 levels. And we promise we won't make you stand in the freezer for longer than about a half a minute. But there are 3 freezers on the bottom level, and then a main warehouse, and then all of our paper supplies on the top. with the 0% increases the last 2 years on the meal plan rates, what we have been able to do is actually hold our food cost at the previous years. Part of that has been done with enrollment increases, but a big part of that has been done in looking at our menus and becoming more efficient. And working through IRHA allowed us to do that. Vending, obviously on campus, that's our 24/7, 365. If you're looking for something at night, it's there. And we'll continue to do some improvement on that and some additions where we did put some up in Legacy. Bakery, obviously you saw the brownies today. We also go all the way to 7-layer tier cakes for weddings. So our baker is pretty amazing. We're very lucky that he and his family have settled here in Iowa. Otherwise, he'd probably be in New York running his own pastry shop. So the other thing, administrative-wise, we are in Friley. For those of you who are ever trying to find me, most people do a little bit of a hunt. But my office is in Friley over that warehouse. So when you're looking at Lake Laverne, I'm right up above on the 2nd floor. So some of the trends that are going on, part of what I need to do each year is kind of look at trends, see what's happening, and try to figure out for you where we're going. And part of what I do a lot is look at what do people value. A lot of people told me when I came here from California that the coast is kind of moving in. And so those things are happening out there. I try to look at what they are and figure out, does it fit here? Sometimes it just doesn't. Obviously, I don't think, is anybody here a fruitarian? I didn't think so. Fruitarians will only eat things that don't die. So they will not eat a carrot because a carrot got pulled out of the ground and it died. But they will eat an apple because the apple tree will continue. So, not something that I think we're going to need, but I get to know all that magic. So the other thing that goes on that I really look at is what's going on with health and wellness, and that's probably the key thing that I've been looking at. We're very excited that we have a dietitian now, and she came from the 12th, 9th through 12th grades. And so she understands what's being taught and what's being looked at for students' meals. And so that's actually our new customers that are going to be coming. So that's really beneficial. And as a matter of fact, we just changed our milk to our chocolate milk to non-fat skim milk, because that's what they're drinking in the schools. And we actually caused AE to do that in 5-gallon bags. So we're a trendsetter in milk. But I'm excited about it because they're obviously using the little containers in the schools. So one of the things that is happening, and I want to share with you, is the NACUPS Customer Satisfaction Survey, which you can see, number 1 through 5 on how we were ranked. That did shift a little bit from the previous year. It is the right one. That's where just the first slide was off. Okay, great. So number 1 is food overall with taste and freshness, and as we hire our executive chef in January, I hope that this will improve. But this is what you said we ranked low in, not necessarily you personally, but and it was very high importance to you. So one of the things that we try to do is focus in on those that we need to improve on. So food was one of those, and we will continue to keep working on that with an emphasis on the taste and the freshness of it, as much as we can get fresh in Iowa. So that's one of the things we work on. Value actually moved down to number 2. And nutritional content, healthy choices moved up from 4 to 3. Seating is number 4, and then the cleanliness of the tables. And that is one of the factors that happens when we don't have enough seating. When someone gets up from a table, somebody else is sitting down before we can wipe the table. So that's one of the things that we've been trying to work on, and hopefully you're seeing some of that this year. The next one is actually the top predictors of satisfaction. In other words, this is what you said in this slide. Gabby, can you pop it to the next one and we'll see if it works? Good. Okay, so food is number 1 that you ranked. Cleanliness is number 2. Variety of menu choices you ranked 3, and we actually did well there. As you noticed, it was not on the one that we were ranked low in. Friendliness of staff is number 4, and again, we ranked well there. And number 5 was value, and we still need to keep working on that. And part of that is I have found that value in my 35 years of being in the food industry is kind of one of those things that I chase. Because those of you who were here last year, and I will talk about that, I actually asked you all to take a moment and tell me what you value. And so I'd like to do that again because I think it's really beneficial. So what I'd like you to do is you get to choose one out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 things that you think are the most important. So I'm going to read them off and then I'm going to ask you to vote with your hands. So, of the trends in campus dining, price is valued, convenience is valued, fresh is valued, quality is valued, taste is valued, flexibility, which is service, location, and hours, health and wellness, consistency, authenticity, sustainability, and traditions. So I hope you picked your one, but this is going to help me. So I'd like you to tell me what you value the most. Who picks price? Okay. Who picks convenience? The people with the busiest schedule, right, too. Fresh. Yeah, I won't focus on that so quite so much. Okay, there's one. Quality. Great. Taste. Okay. Flexibility. No, okay. Health and wellness. Oh, there's one. Health and wellness. People that ate apples. Huh? I'm glad I brought that one. So consistency, branding. Interesting. I like it. That means I'm probably doing an okay job on branding stuff for you. You don't have to have that name. Authenticity. No? Okay. Sustainability. And he did. Traditions. Traditions. Okay, great. Well, the winning one was actually quality, and number 8 was price. And I think that's tying in really well with some of the things that we're talking about in my management meetings, which is what are we going to do? We've worked really hard on that 0% increase and keeping things down, but it's actually held us back a little bit on moving forward in some of the quality sectors, just because we're trying to make sure we get the best price possible. So I appreciate hearing that. That was great news for me. Now here's another thing, 2012-13, under some of the things that we've done, if we could move to that slide, Union Drive Marketplace. A lot of these things are not necessarily things you're going to see, but we got some new chairs, additional seating. What is really cool is the workspace art is now being displayed in the UDC, in the UDM. Menu and pizza mirrors at season so you can see the product. Storekeeper got added to increase food safety. That's behind the scenes, but what it did is it made things move better through the facility. So therefore, we can get a fresher product up. We can find the product we were trying to find. And then the dish belt machine for anybody work in the dish room? It needed it desperately. We did a renovation in there with the trailer, when we went trailers, but we didn't change the belt with all of the equipment going from the belt return to the dish machine. And things were falling off, it wasn't aligned quite right, and so that's finally fixed. Conversations got a new pizza concept, and then they're doing some gluten-free and some other items, and then they're doing Sunday night service. Storms has an ambiance look that we've kind of worked on, and then now they're doing some food cooking on site. We have blended coffee, and then we have 5 guest passes that got added for the meal plan. Also, we have longer hours, if you could go to the next one, for retail. Some of the accomplishments, this is last year, the things that we accomplished. Longer hours on Saturday service at Clyde's, the MU food court. Many of you got to experience Chester's versus what we used to have, which was the, I don't remember you. What was it called?
Sunset Strips.
Sunset Strips, thank you. See, Chester's has just taken over. We developed the coffee and fruit. So these are all things that have happened in the last year, in case maybe you weren't paying attention to all the things. But one of the things that I'm most excited, if you could flip to catering accomplishments. The next one for me. There we go. Oh, one more. That is ISU dining was voted number 10 of the top food services in the nation on the CapEx. And so I was pretty proud of it. That happened this summer. I'm not sure how or what. Someone sent it to me. That was a friend, and I went, holy cow. So, those of you that know me know that, 10's great, but, I have a boss that was in the Olympics. So I'm hoping that we get higher next time. So keep sharing with me the ways that we can be better, because this is voted by students. So that's pretty neat for us, because that's the affirmation we really want to get. So let's take a look at what happened, what's happening right now. Obviously for 2013-14, it was a 0% increase. We do have the Coke funds that helped us do that. We no longer have Sushi Saturdays. And we have gone into Farm to ISU, and really, we only use products when they have no expense. So for example, getting the apples right now is actually cheaper than getting apples from the produce mart. So we're buying the apples from the Hort Farm and from Deals. So that has been benefiting us. On count day, there were 10,406 students on meal plans. 4,039 are voluntary meal plans. These are people that do not have to have a meal plan, I guess, unless their mother or father said so. But ultimately for us, we're really excited about the fact that there's that many people that are on voluntary meal plans. We try to take it as an affirmation that we're on the right track, that we're listening to what you're looking for. Under residential, Conversations is now open for Friday night dinner. When we added Sunday night dinner, people asked, we tried to keep the costs in control. But what we found is that students from that area really do want to have a Friday night dinner that's maybe a little more intimate and not such a big area seasons. So Conversations is back open for Friday night dinner, and there is still Sunday night dinner that they're doing, because we found that financially we can make that work. Storms dinner, although I will say that we need more people to go to Conversations on Sunday nights. We really need more people. We're getting about 300 people. And there's 1,200 people that are going to the C-store. And I don't feel like the C-store should be the way I'm feeding you. So I'd like to feed you better. So please come check out Conversations or share it with your friends. I think it's a much better choice for you, a lot more variety. Other things, dietitian is out there. Lisa is meeting with people. We have 26 students that are on allergen-based diets. Refresh of the Carter tent at UDCC. People have told us that they enjoy the fact that there's now 4 choices that stay there all the time, so that they can always get that walking taco if they want it. And that has been better than a menu that changes every day, which was surprising to us, but we're happy with that we're meeting the needs. We did a refresh of Conversations Sunday brunch meal, so check it out. It's open till 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, starting in October. So it will be late night, open every night to try to help take some of the pressure off the East Side Market. I know you still can't walk in there until in your jammies, but it's a much better opportunity. So seasons, all the venues are now open at every meal, and then they've added whey and soy, and then UDM, the dish room got repaired, which has been beneficial. Let's go to retail. There we go. We now have oatmeal. So when it starts getting a little bit colder, which is just starting, you can get oatmeal at all of these retail operations. The Caribou sandwich cycle, some people complained that they could only get it at Caribou, so now you can get them at all the other places, because we were making them in our commissary anyway. We added a PM cook to try to improve the quality at Clyde's, because it's been open now till 10 o'clock at night. New design for printed menus at Clyde's, and then we have added temporary coolers because you love our cafes so much. We can't make enough sandwiches and salads and keep them in the refrigerator, so we had to release some refrigerators while we take a look at where we go next. The Global Cafe opened, which we talked about. Hawthorne added a night cook also to help that hot food line, because as more students are moving out there and buying meal plans, we need to provide a meal for them, and that takes a little bit more time than just making a hamburger. There's new signage at Snack Dog, and then also Not Just a Euro. Has anybody tried it? Not Just a Euro here in the MU? You don't know it's there, do you? Darn it. Well, that's why I'm here. Not Just a Euro is in the MU Marketing Cafe. It's just past the Freshen Smoothie Bar, and it has chicken shawarma, it has Euro, and it has falafels every day. You can either get it as a bowl with bulgur wheat, or you can get it in a pita, either way, and it has all the toppings. So I suggest you check it out. You can get it is not a meal bundle, but it is an opportunity for people that don't want to be in the food court and are in a hurry to go get something. And it's healthier. So please prove me right that y'all are telling me you want healthy. I need you to get in the healthy lines. I need you to get the healthy items out of the vending too. I don't know why at 2 in the morning you're not looking for that apple. I don't understand it. We do have some things that we've done. There is some meal bundles in some other areas though. There's hot dogs on Sunday night at Southside Market. You can get a hot dog on a meal bundle. We now have the meal bundles including the dish in the MU food court. Last year we added Cucina Italiana, and this year we added the dish, so you can get the bundle. We're trying to divide and conquer to get the lines through a little bit faster. And then topics of interest. Has anybody gone to the Bachi-san yet? And try to, and what they're trying to do, there's a big stairwell in the middle. So they can't really do both sides in the same way. So what they've done is they've taken sushi, which was semi-popular, and they've added a bachi-san, which is different entrees than what is in Panda, but the same line. So instead of getting orange chicken, you can get pungent citrus chicken. So they have different items, right? Check it out. Again, their line is shorter. So there's an opportunity there. So topics, these are some of the things I wanted to definitely see them both. Food Committee will have its first meeting October 10th at 6 p.m. in Conversations. I suggest if you have questions, because I don't want to take up a lot of your folks' time here, that's the opportunity place to have them. And you don't have to have a meal plan to be there because obviously retail, it's called Food Committee, it's not called residential, it's called Food Committee. So anybody can attend. We actually appreciate hearing about our retail so that we can grow. Next year we do have a new facility. It's in the ABE building that's being built right now. So that would be, they're calling it Abe's Cafe, but I don't know if that's formally right yet. I still giggle when I can't say it without laughing. So we are looking at meal plan pricing and we'll be meeting with the folks at IRHA about that. Obviously we continue to want to look at student debt and see what we can do. And then some of the things that we're really looking at, obviously Campus Town and what the impact is. I was there last night too. And then what the new housing may do to what we offer to all of you. How the shift in classes, we've been looking at what's happening late night, what's early morning. You're still not getting up early. I've been watching. I don't see any of you out there. So, but we will keep tracking where classes are, and if there's people, we need to open up a little bit earlier. Right now, the earliest we have things opening is 6:45 at Union Drive. And then there's quite a few that open at 7 and then 7:30, but if we need to open earlier, we will. And we have things open till 1 in the morning, so there is opportunity for the later night as well. So financials, just to kind of give you a quick overview, this is just the revenue base of ISU Dining. And so in 2013, meal plans had 23,000. I just want to point out to you, this is how we report it to the regions, because regions talk about what the meal plans are, but this does not delineate that some of the meal plans are used as meal bundles and actually happen in a retail operation. So residential doesn't get 23 million, they get about 19 million. So just, that's about how much of you shift to go eat a meal bundle in the other facilities. And then all the non-meal plans, those are just what you're doing at vending, what's happening with dining dollars, who's eating in retail, whether it be credit card, cash, whatever. And then the residential gets some retail people that come in. Some people use dining dollars when they bring friends. And then some people use, we obviously do a good amount of catering. We do about 3.5 million catering a year. But it's the smaller part of what we do. The bigger part of what we do is serve you, and that's what's important to us. So those are kind of the budget from this year. We basically, as you can see, actually had a negative in meal plans. What we're looking at, as we look at the next year, you can see we're looking at a 3%. That's something that will be discussed. That's what we've reported to the regions. And then because so many of you have actually bought meal plans and used your meal plans as a bundle in retail, it actually shows retail as declining. But I would share with you, if you add 4 million to that, what has happened is retail and residential are actually even. So you've actually made us an evenly based operation, which I love. But you've also shown an affirmation that you really enjoy the flexibility of your programming and being able to use it in the retail areas. Versus the trend, which is happening in a lot of college campuses, which is to make dining 24 hours in the all-you-care-to-eat facility, call it anytime dining, don't have any swipes, and just let you go whenever you want. So if you just want an apple, you walk in, you use biometrics. You put your hand down, you walk in. so there wouldn't be a meal card. So that's what's happening out there, and the last page, if you flip for me to the, how you reach me. There's our email address, there's our website and social media. Someone asked me last night, I had to go find out what my Twitter thing was, I have no idea. Because people do that for me. So, but they're great. You'll find that we tweet if there's any shut-ins of the facility. We will also tweet if there's a great sale or special going on somewhere. So feel free to check it out. And then three things before I go for questions. The first one is I'm going to pass this around. The code contract is what I'm going to talk about, and these are two programs that are going to be happening. One is a recycling thing. These are going to happen out in front of UDCC. As most of you know, last year when I came and spoke to you, I talked about the code contract and the $5,000 in product that groups can ask for. And what we've set up is that you did suggest that I do a minimum, and I did, because we had two groups that almost took everything on the first request. So we said, no, that's not going to be fair. So it is a 100 case minimum. We also went into making it that what you get is a discount, so it is not free of product. So what you get is a 100 case minimum. We compare what your event description is with the number of cases that are ordered. For example, if you call me up and say you're a fraternity that wants 12 cases of pop and there's 26 people in your group, I'm going to kind of look at you sideways. So part of it is, if you tell me that group, that what you're doing is you're going to be doing a rush party and you're going to be serving this many people, then it fits the event. Does that make sense? Okay, but you're able to get discounted pop. And according to Jamie Lenz, who is my buyer, who I will share with you, don't ever negotiate with him. I lose. He's very, very good. But he told me what pop costs at Walmart at the cheapest you can ever get it. And so we're less than that. So it is beneficial to the group, and he knows it pretty well. He has 3 teenage children, so. We must supply, you do an intramural voucher prior to the pickup date of the product. Karen Rodekamp is the person who will assist you. My suggestion is if you go to our webpage, that is where you can get the information. So and payment would go to Betty Kepley in my office. Hence why I told you I'm in Friday. So it is a limited amount per year that can be given out. So when we get to the end of that, it will be gone. There is some still left at this time. After tonight, I think it's probably going to be gone. Because last time we all called so quick, last year's was gone like that. So I do suggest you take a look at it. A 24-pack of 12-ounce cans is $5, and a 24-pack of 20-ounce bottles is $10. That was the 3 things I wanted to make sure I shared with you. Hopefully you get to see the honest tea. I will share with you, it's going to be very interesting. I think they actually have you take a little quiz and survey to see how honest you are. So I'm not sure if they're going to post Iowa State's honesty level. We'll find out how that all works. I know they're investigating it right now. But the ref, which is all about recycling, we'll talk about how bottle recycling can go on. So if you would pass those around so people on both sides would see it, that'd be great. And I guess that's time for questions.
President Hughes.
I want to first thank you for all your efforts that you've done, especially to adjust to all the students on campus and find ways to feed everybody. It's well appreciated. Especially, I like to see some of the ideas like with the food trucks and carts on campus. Since you can't be everywhere with permanent facilities, it's nice to see them going to kind of some of the more high demand areas. So I really appreciate that. And can you talk a little bit about where those are located in the process and used to identify those vendors?
Sure. Purchasing handled it. I did not do it.
Okay, never mind.
I can share with you that I took purchasing, parking, and the architect and the campus planner around and showed them all the areas that I thought would be good places because I saw density of people, and it would be where I was thinking about putting a restaurant, which the Kildee corner is the key. For me, if you take out a map and you look at it, that's the one place on campus I don't have anything. So there are 2 trucks up there. One is by Troxel, and that is from Marshalltown. He does barbecue. The other one is Finley. It's the Beast Beast something.
The bistro.
Bistro, thank you, I knew it was Beast. The Bistro, and he does hamburgers and hot dogs. He's the one that does hot dogs wrapped with bacon and fries it. So for those of you looking for healthy, I'm not sure that would qualify. Then there is Indian Delights over by the water tower area, over by engineering. And then there is a Battles Barbecue brought closer to home between Beercher and Carver. So hopefully that has helped. I don't know how long they will last. Obviously, we asked them to, purchasing talked to them and said, please stay as long as you can. So I hope they have mittens and gloves. But we'll see how long it goes. So take advantage of it. Please, I am going to ask for that information so that I can tell where to build as well. Because I think that will really give us a good idea of what you're all looking for. Okay.
Senator Torrey.
Thank you, Speaker.
You may.
Hello, Ms. Nancy.
Hi. It's okay, Ms. Keller. It's so much easier than Lewandowski.
Ms. Nancy sounds awesome. Now that I'm hungry and thirsty and sad, just out of personal curiosity, I know that even though you do serve a lot of students, there's got to be at least a little bit of food that doesn't get used. What do you do with the food that doesn't necessarily go to good use?
Well, with 20 restaurants, there's different answers for different areas.
Okay.
For all of our sandwiches and salads and desserts that you see in the retail operations and our baked goods, Food at First has volunteers through the Kiwanis Club, noon Kiwanis, that come in and pick that up in the morning. And then they deliver that to Food at First, Youth Shelter Services, and it's a prison halfway house that starts with a M.
Oh, okay. That one.
Yeah, make that one, exactly. I don't know the name, but they have to sign releases, and then the volunteers that come and pick up the food sign releases that they won't get injured while they're here on campus. But that's where that goes. Now then we have pre and post consumer waste. So in the residence halls, what we have is what we call the 3-day rule. If something is left over, in other words, we hope that the last person in gets the same product choices that the first person came in. So with that, whatever happens to be left at the end of the night, if someone doesn't eat it, that's on their meal plan, that works for us, because after you work 3 hours, you get to eat. And all 1,700 employees take full advantage of that. Then what happens with that food is it is either reutilized the next day within 3 days, or what happens is it goes to our compost. In most cases, it gets reutilized. I can tell you it's usually 1 pan, 2 pans. If it's a new food item, there may be a little bit more left over. In catering, it's a completely different situation. In catering, what happens is food is actually held for, in most cases, over 4 hours, which is food safety. And so at that point, we cannot, in good conscience, send that food out somewhere, so that goes to compost or it goes into the trash. In the Memorial Union, we actually are not able to compost, but when we do the football games, and we do different events across the campus, what we try to do is compost as much as we can. But if there isn't a compost facility there, what we don't want to be doing is what people I saw many, many years ago that said they were hauling food in a truck, and then they were hauling trash in a truck, in the same truck. So we don't want to be doing that. So we try to do it so that we can do it actually on the site. But we do, the real estate of the loading dock here at the Memorial Union is extremely precious. And to take that up with a compost bin would be extremely difficult. We'd rather have a trash compactor and utilize less hauls of trash and have a smaller CO2 carbon footprint than put in the composter. Am I doing well? Okay. That was a conversation a couple of years ago, so I'm remembering. But, so does that kind of give you a pretty good feel?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Senator Schulte.
May I address the speaker?
You may.
First, I want to say thank you for coming. This isn't, I'm very interested in food security issues, so I'm just kind of poring over this. But so kind of going off what Senator Jordan said, have there been any steps that have been taken to document the amount of food waste that there is? So I know in the United States as a whole, it's actually like 40% of food never actually makes it to someone's mouth. So have you documented the issue, and have you tried to take any steps to increase awareness about food waste to try to reduce it on Ohio State's campus?
Actually, I looked to students to do that, and they did an honors class 4 years ago, did a study, and they actually took pictures of all of the liquid waste and the food waste. This was before we went trayless. And they put posters up all around, and they created posters that we put up in our dining halls that talk about food waste. And they talked about food waste, W-A-S-T-E, as in don't waste on your waste. And they talked about food waste, W-A-I-S-T. So both ways. And so they really looked at it hard and worked with students, and that's how come we went trailless. Now, waste is predominantly more post-consumer waste, which is all you, than me. That's why your food costs didn't go up last year, because we're watching every drop of what we're preparing. Where the waste is actually happening is when people take food and they don't eat it, is the stronger issue. We had Lean Path come in and do an audit. It's a great company that goes around and takes a look at your food facilities, and they measured our waste, and we actually shocked them at how good we were in our program planning. But we have Seaboard, which is a system that says, you know, last time you served this, they ate 10% of these, 20% of these, 15% of these. And so we follow that format, but the counts are up, so all we do is increase the count. But predominantly, you're eating more in retail, which actually promotes less waste, because you feel that sense of, I took it, I paid for it, more than you do when you're in the all you care to eat. And so I think that's why some people are doing more meal bundles, just because it also helps you with portion. But if you eat at Seasons, it's one of the places where we actually portion the food out, and that helps people. But then you think about it. But you can always ask for just one half, and that's what's happening at UNI right now. They're doing a wellness program, and they actually do halves of everything. And they, next to the potato chips and French fries, they're putting carrot sticks, because instead of just having them at the salad bar. And that helps promote people thinking. But the biggest part right now is everybody learning, because you're seeing food you've never seen before. So in the all you care to eat facilities, you're going to try things, and I want you to try things. But try a little, and then decide whether you want more of it. And that will help with the waste. I am always open to student groups coming in and doing a study, though. And if you're really interested in food securities, I would love to chat a little bit more, because our warehouse, I would like to get into that a little bit and start looking at how we're securing that food. And are we doing, with 3 levels and all these people, I'd really like to take a good look at that.
Awesome. Senator Voss.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say thank you for speaking to us. I already learned a lot from your presentation. And I want to commend you for running a great dining experience here at Ohio State. And really trying to work hard to keep prices low for students. It's kind of a big deal. But my question is, I've noticed you're trying to approach more healthy options for students, such as, you mentioned 0% milk fat, light teas and juices, whey and soy smoothies, which I think is great. But my main question is, in the future, is there anything else that you plan on adding for healthy options, or has anything been run by you that you kind of think is a good idea?
About every 10 minutes. We're writing our menus right now for spring. So part of what our chefs are doing is trying to take a look at what's done well, what hasn't done well, and then what are some things that we can insert in. So obviously one of the areas that we're weak in is vegetarian. And actually not even so much vegetarian as vegan. And so we're taking a look at some of the things that we can put in there. That doesn't appeal to everyone, but it is a choice, and we want to give people that opportunity. And so that's something that, aside from someone who's vegan having to just eat at the salad bar. And so that's something that's out there, and ovo-lacto, and etc. So do I know exactly what it is? Not until those guys finish the menus. But I do know that it's right on the tip of their tongue and on the tip of their pen. And they're taking a hard look at it. But if you have suggestions, feel free to share.
Thank you.
Senator Merle.
May I just speak?
Right.
I heard you say earlier that you did 5 more meals for guests.
You got 5 guest passes for each semester.
Okay, I thought you said 5 more in the previous year.
That's what made me realize there was a problem. That was what happened this last year. That was what happened last year. So I kind of went, So, but last year you got 5 guest passes that you have on your meal plans each semester. So you get 10 total for the year.
But
You didn't, no, it has not
Okay, I
changed.
thought you said it.
No, sorry, it was what happened last year.
Senator Bauer.
Madam Speaker.
You may.
Hi Nancy, a couple questions for you. Just with the enrollment increase, have you increased your student employees throughout all of dining? And like, how many do you know do you have offhand?
We have 1,700.
1,700.
Have we increased? Not to my knowledge, but I do count day of how many employees we have, because in about 2 more weeks. Because a lot of them start with us and don't last. Because you have to work pretty darn hard. And you have to take a lot of talk from your peers. So some of them, adjust to, I really don't want to be out front. I'd rather be in the dish room, or they're out in the dish room and they're going, I really don't like this. I'd rather be out there. So until they all shift around, I wait a little bit, and they get their first set of midterm grades, and they drop like flies. So, but 1,700 was our count last year, and by the look of the face of the person that does the hiring with my staff, I would say it's at least that number.
Okay. And then also, have you seen, I know you kind of talked about with the food court downstairs with congestion issues with the enrollment increase. Have you seen at UDCC and Seasons, have those been also an increase or kind of steady as last year?
UDCC is actually up about 50 people at lunch. It just depends on the day and what the weather's doing. But pretty much, when I got here, UDCC was feeding 3,000 people lunch a day. Now they range anywhere between 2,400 to 2,700 a day. So it's actually down. And part of that is what in the program that we created, allowing meal bundles out. And also, I think your class schedules have gotten a little bit tighter. And so people are eating off hours, and some of those off-hour meals are happening at Clyde's, because we're seeing a huge increase in meal bundles in the C-stores, at Hawthorne, at Clyde's, and in the C-stores at night, late night.
All right, thanks.
Senator Fitton.
Mr. Speaker.
You may.
Thanks again for coming tonight, Nancy. We really appreciate it. I wanted to touch on something that you actually mentioned earlier. I'm a regular volunteer at Fit First, and so I know that I would say does a great contribution to the organization. I want to thank you and the organization for doing that, first of all. My second question is, I'm looking at the catering menu, and one bullet point I see is all the above must be paid with pre-authorized student organization and mural accounts. Maybe I'm ignorant of the entire process, but I was wondering what process Greek organizations could go through that. I know my house specifically doesn't have an account with Ethos or County, and I know Phi Kappa Psi have their centennial here on Saturday or Sunday, so I didn't know what the process was for that.
As far as I know, they still use the green sheet, so you're going to challenge me to go find out.
Like I said, I can just be ignorant of that.
I thought that any student group used those green sheets to pay for it? No?
Not Greek houses.
Not Greek houses, okay. Thank you, I'm glad you're here. So they just pay cash, a check? And so they pay for a check out of their department?
All right, I was just...
But you can still use this?
Okay,
that
was my only question. Thank you again. Thank you.
Two things, too.
Speaker Williams.
Yes, I'd just like to thank you for coming out, or may I address speaker? Okay. Thank you so much for coming out. You touched on a little bit, I know you were there at the Cleveland development, and you've been talking about campus fund a little bit, and I was wondering if you could just touch a little bit about what impact you think the development might have, or that ISU dining can see in your presentation. So I was wondering if you could elaborate just a little bit.
Well, part of it for me is I wanted to hear a little bit about what their plans were, because I feel we need more retail on campus. But what I don't want to do is build it in 2 years, have it not be viable, because that was how come ISU dining was taken out to bid 7 years ago, was because there were parts of it that were not breaking even. And so I want to make sure that I don't overextend ISU dining, and that's something that I look at pretty carefully. So for me to understand that what's there presently, and what, because I've actually talked about, should we have something in Windows or Dungeons in that area that people could go to. And so I don't know what my impact will be, except for, I believe that there's a lot of traffic that walks through there, and then I know that right now in our facilities like Clyde's, which is retail-based, and the west side, but there's a high demand. And we have that tent, which, again, that tent is gonna go, I don't have mittens and scarves for them, so they will go away probably the first week of November. So I wanna look at what full, down the road we can do to take care of the increased enrollment. And something in that area, I call it the Golden Triangle. It goes from Gilman to the Memorial Union over to UDCC and back up to Gilman. And that is just where you are. And with the new housing, it may become the Golden Rectangle, I don't know. But really, that space is where I need to have some more facilities to take care of you. And Richard and I have talked, okay, there's a little square right here, what can we do? Hence why we have, it's not just a Euro, hence why we put in Hibachi-san into the Panda, and next to Panda. So what we're doing is trying to find little places to squish in places, but the reality is we know we need some seating. And we also know that the Farley House meets in windows. So part of it for us is how do we balance how that space is used so that we can get better utilization of it. And there'll be lots of talks about that in the next bit of time.
And my last little plug is that I went to food committee a few times last year, and you learn a lot more than you ever thought you would, or what was going on in dining. And so everything that you talked about today, I felt like I knew a little ahead of time. So please go to these meetings. They're actually very informational, and it's just really fun. It's just a nice little time to get together. So
and we feed you.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to test food, darn it. That's the hard part of my job.
Senator Platenberg.
May I address the speaker?
You may.
Thank you for coming out. And then two things. On the guest meal, can you use multiple guests at one time? I had an issue last semester where they told me I couldn't.
You can bring 3 people with you at one time.
Right.
You cannot do 3 meals right in a row for you. They need to be there.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then I don't know what's going on. But you can't use your regular swipes.
Yeah, no.
And that's the confusion for a lot of people is they want to use their regular swipe. It has to be a guest swipe that you can use for someone else. Or if you're on the block plan, because you're in an unrequired space, you can do that. You can bring all 100 people at once if you want. And then buy more.
And then my second question was, you briefly mentioned the executive chef. I was on the committee that had the field chef this summer. Could you explain a little bit about that and the selection process for the new one?
We have been without an executive chef for 2 years, which I think is part of the reason why we saw food taste and quality as one of the issues. I'm really looking forward to that position being filled. We've gone with a search firm now, and we will be reaching out for a student to be on that committee. So if you're still interested, let me know. Because you have to talk food. It's really kind of fun. But the chef search firm is out there now. They are searching for the next 30 days. Then we will go through the candidates and take a look at those. What happens is they will then come, we will pick some, maybe do phone interviews. If it's a large pool, which I dream of, but not always the case. We have some pretty stiff requirements. We require the executive chef to have a 4-year degree or better. And a lot of chefs, as many of you know, when you talk to the ones that are on TV, a lot of them never got any culinary degree at all. They're just really passionate about food and very talented and apprentice under somebody. So it makes it a little more difficult to find someone, but we're really positive about this search firm. They work a lot with hotels and colleges and universities, so we should be able to get some great candidate pool. And then from there, we hope to have somebody on board by January. The menus will have already been done at that time, because they're due October 10th for spring semester. But they will be able to make a significant impact from there on with catering and with day-to-day talking and coaching with our staff.
Senator Talon.
May I address the speaker?
You may.
Okay. Has there ever been any talk about fruit vending machines?
Fruit? We have fruit in the vending machines. Are you talking about the smoothie machines, or? We have apples and oranges, not bananas, because they bruise when they bump.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
Oh, if you email me, I will tell you where they are. The places that we put them in are the places that we expect, or that we've put it in and people have bought it, so we will continue to carry it in there.
Senator Grandirola.
May I address?
You may.
I was actually happy to hear that you're thinking about vegetarian and vegan options. My question is, have you thought about meatless Mondays on Mondays?
Yeah, I'd like to stay alive. So, I would probably, if I was to ever promote Meatless Monday, what I would do is point out what items are vegetarian and vegan, but I would never remove all the meat because I think people would perceive that in a negative fashion and that I was trying to save money. And I've heard some other food service directors talk to that, and there are a lot of carnivores in this area. But I do think we normally do promote on the World Food Day what items are vegetarian, because as part of the sustainability program, when you take your produce and you eat that directly versus taking your produce and feeding it to an animal and then eat the animal, it's actually considered more sustainable to eat vegetarian. So we lose those points right now on the sustainability contract that the president does, the STARS program. But I think it's a balance about what we do. But we do work really hard at making sure there's a vegetarian choice at every meal. It just may not always be what someone's looking for. And what we're trying to do is expand it more into each of the venues so there's a choice, besides just cheese pizza and French fries.
Senator Johnson.
May I address the speaker?
You may.
Okay, I have several questions, but I'll try to keep it brief. First of all, I just want to say thanks again, like other people have been saying, for coming here. I know in the last 2 years in IRHA and then again this year, I've just been consistently impressed with the accountability and your willingness to interact with students and get ideas. I remember IRHA 2 years ago when we worked out the GSB meal plans, hours and hours on that. The
got there.
So that's exciting.
But we got there.
Yeah, we got there, and that's wonderful. And then, yeah, again, this has been a great memory for me. Anytime anybody criticizes Diane, I'm like, Nancy's good. She's good. I believe in her. Anyways, I guess just to be on the questions. First of all, I was curious about the Euro place in the ME food court. How much success has that had, and are there any tentative plans to maybe make it more of a dinner thing as well? Or?
Well, it's 12 to 15 transactions a day, which is nothing. When we're doing, 32,000 transactions a day. So it's not pulling its weight at this time, but we hope that part of that is people get into a pattern, and we think maybe they just haven't learned. So we'll be doing some marketing and working on that to try to get it out there. I'm not sure what, you need to change it out to something else?
No,
or?
I meant because it's just a lunch thing. And sometimes when I'm here in West
Oh, to have it be later at night?
But yeah.
If it was really, really successful at lunch, it might extend longer. But it needs to get busy. It really needs to get busy for us to take a look. Late night doesn't tend to happen so much here. I know you're all here right now, but late night is actually, our big transactions are at Hawthorne, out in Maple Willow Larch Commons, over to UDCC, and out at South. So it's actually the 4 points is where we're getting the late night hits, not so much here. I'd love it to hit here more, wouldn't you, Richard? It would be great.
Yeah.
We would love it to, just because this is that 24-hour building. This makes sense, but people can't walk down the gyms.
Yeah, I guess just a side note there, I guess, too. The one thing that did confuse me when I got it the other day is it's not really clear where you're supposed to order, so I don't know if that has any sort of effect.
Okay.
But so I went to the smoothie I guess I still don't have any idea where.
So say order here.
I got a Euro, it's fine, but
I will let them know that.
Because that's sort of it's like, oh, this place is new, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, I'll just get it.
We need to do some tastings is what I talked about.
Oh, I'll help you.
You'll help me out on that.
This is a couple other questions. And the meal plan numbers you said for the non-mandatory ones, does that include people who just buy dining dollars, or is that specifically like meal block plans?
Specifically a 25 or higher.
Wow, okay.
So dining dollars, if you only buy dining dollars, that does not include.
Do you have any idea how many more people that is? What percentage of students has some dining?
Well, last year we had 3,100 people on meal plans, and this year it's 4,000, so 900 more people.
But I mean, do you have any idea how many students usually use and buy dining dollars regularly, or?
Oh, dining dollars? It's different every year, I don't know.
Okay.
And it's not, I wouldn't take that number, because some people will buy a small amount, and then buy more.
Yeah.
And then buy more, and then buy more. So that's really one person, but they bought 4 times.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I didn't.
Because that's working with their budget or their loans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Then also on the trends sheet here, you have the 12 different qualities, but it seems, and maybe this is the poli-sci major side in me, but it seems like a lot of the qualities overlapped, and I was wondering how you are distinguishing, for example, like fresh and quality and taste all seem like different sides of the same thing. So I was just wondering what the real distinction was there. So some of them seem broader than others.
You know, I'd have to go back and look at the survey to see, because I will share with you that survey is going to be coming out again in October, November. You get an email. It doesn't go to every single person. They pick like every 10th person or 11th person and send it out. So please represent if you get it and give feedback so that we get that information. Because out of the, I think 11,000 people that receive it, we get about 1,100 back, which is not. It's considered acceptable, but it's not acceptable to me. Because I have a boss that's an Olympian athlete.
Yeah, but like I said, it'd be great to see. I mean, I don't know if on this survey, I can't remember if I've done it before. It's just not clear.
Yeah, it asks you different items about it. We did some focus groups on that, and we will be doing some more focus groups because I think we get better information from those focus groups. It's just a much smaller population that we get to work with.
Cool. And then this is one more thing. I know, I haven't really seen them so much here, but in London at least, when I was there this summer, they have these coffee vending machines. And I think that's a thing in some places here. Has that been something you guys have ever thought about instituting? Because being able to get a latte without waiting in the line would be wonderful.
Yeah, actually, I had some offices that took a look at some of them. And the gentleman came in, because he was coming to talk with us, and some of the offices were looking at doing it. I had Nescafe come out and show us their machine. And right now we only have one coffee machine on campus. Then maybe it's two. I know there's one in engineering. No, it's in engineering. Is it Ross? Okay, yeah. So, the rest of them have not gotten enough business to even keep product in it. We've talked about some of the new ones that Starbucks has and some of the others.
Yeah, like I know there's like a Costa one in London that was awesome.
Which was the name?
I think it's I don't know if it's a British name. Costa, I don't know.
Okay. I'll have to look. I haven't heard of that name, but I did spend some time at the NRA, which is the Restaurant Association. Looking at vending machines, and I did look at the coffee one, so I do have that in my office, and I will share that with our vending folks.
Okay, well, I don't have anything else. Thanks so much.
Order, please. A lot of side conversations going on. Just want to say, please be respectful. Senator Foley.
Mr. Speaker.
You may.
I just have a question. You mentioned that the New World Commons in Curtis Hall, and you're right, it's a great space, and I think it doesn't get too busy too quick. It's really nice. But I know right now they offered the coffee, like the Ugandan bean coffee, which is awesome. Have you guys thought about expanding that at all? Because I know I've sat in there for a while, and people will come up and like ask for like, you know, a different kind of coffee, and right now all there is Ugandan, which is great, but I know a lot of people would like other options. Have you been talked about expanding that area of dining at all?
Well, when I was originally designing that space, coffee wasn't included. When you add coffee, it's supposed to be a kiosk like you see in the airport, where you can get a sandwich, a salad, and you go. When we added the kiosk, we talked with the College of Ag because they wanted to support the Ugandan group. They had to do a lot of background work to that facility to do that. You have to have it goes with the health department, 3-compartment sink and all of that. So, but we put in just fresh brewed coffee, not vending or any of that kind of stuff. So there isn't a lot of choice for flavors as there's the pot. So will they rotate it? I don't know because they're doing the proceeds of the Ugandan coffee to the program. So I'm not sure they're going to want us to sway from that. To make a short answer longer, but there's a lot of background to it as to why, but I don't think it will probably get changed out. I will share with you that Bergie's was the coffee vendor in the residential facilities at one time, and they have an excellent product, but they did not bid when we did the second round, and that coffee bid will be coming up in a couple of years, and I know he's paying attention to his emails now so he can bid.
Senator Birch.
May I, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I just want to echo everybody else's thanks for coming out here tonight. My question though was, as we were talking about supplying more vegetarian and vegan options, it got me thinking about another group that isn't necessarily like as represented as similar to that group, and that's people with a gluten intolerance. Are there plans to maybe
expand some of those options a little bit more, maybe better publicize them, because I spent some time this summer living with a family member with a gluten intolerance. So I saw firsthand some of the challenges that go into going out to dinner and trying to find something to eat, because it's amazing how much stuff that is in.
I would share with you, that's what our dietitian does, the 20 students that I was talking about, that she advises. We have a separate kitchen in UDCC for those folks. We are talking about what we can do in retail. One of the hard parts about that is the aspect of contamination. And so what we have right now is signs up, because last year we actually had 2 EpiPen situations. One was with a Dumbo Burger at Hawthorne, and the other one was in one of the residential facilities. So we're very aware of it, but it's important to us to make sure if we're going to do it, that we can do it right, and it is extremely difficult. So we've talked about having the buns, but the idea is that the other buns are in the air. So can we really say that we're giving you a gluten-intolerant product in retail when it's open to everybody? No, that's why we have a separate kitchen at UDCC. So if somebody is in that situation and they're on a meal plan, we do take care of them. And we're talking about potentially, should we do that on the East Side campus as well? But I'm just not really sure I can do it successfully in retail. I am watching them. I'm watching to see who does it well, and then we will model it.
Okay.
But I haven't seen anyone do it well yet.
Okay, because like I said, it's not necessarily a high population of people, but with as many students as we have on campus, there's bound to be a good portion that would struggle with that. So
Yeah, I think there's a lot that struggle with it that we don't talk about. But they have our net nutrition to look at, and all of the allergens are on the bottom of all those little signs that we post everywhere, and they can look on net nutrition for retail as well and see what has it. And I think we need to do some more training with our staff. I know someone just asked the other day if it was beef or pork and something, and we need to be able to answer those questions better.
Awesome, thank you.
Speaker Williams?
May I address here? Just kind of going off that, that just kind of sparked something in me. Do we have anybody with peanut allergies? Because I know there's actually been a few universities that have been sued over not having that, because you mentioned EpiPens too, so how do we cover that?
It's actually a very long story,
Right.
but it's done at UDCC. We have a dietitian that advises them. We have special menus for them, and we have a special room that all the food is in. So those students can go in and get that food. We used to have one of the dining halls be designated as no peanut. We're talking about that in our plans for next year. If we build the new facility, would that be a place that we would choose to do that in? But at the present time, we don't have a peanut-less facility. What we do is, we're all over 18, we're all trying to work through it, so we try to help people and talk it and label things as much as possible. Because that's what's going to be like out in the real world too.
Okay. Gallery member Alexander?
So since I work for catering, I was just wondering if there's been a topic what the process is or anything you have. Yeah.
Well, we've taken on the Knoll, so we now are doing the catering in the Knoll. I'm not sure about processes that you're talking about.
Is there anything you do with catering?
Not really.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
It doesn't need to be changed.
Oh, it needs to be changed. There's growth that we need to do, but it's not really something that, yeah. Well, it's the smaller part of our business. So there's some things that are going to other areas, but of the things that I can talk about, nothing right now.
Vice Speaker Snow?
May I address Ms. Keller?
You may.
Thank you. I guess I get to wrap it up. Nancy, thank you for coming out. It's always a pleasure to see you. I think it's the third one of these I've seen you do. I'll share a little anecdote with you here. We have a lot of new senators. Probably about half of us were either elected or seated this semester. And here down the West Student Office Space where we all hang out, a few days ago, somebody's like, well, who's the program? And I said, well, ISU Dining, Nancy Keller. And they're like, dining? You know, it's like, what the hell do we want to have a program for dining for? And I said, no, hang on, Nancy's always fun. And I hope that the doubting Thomases here now understand it's always a pleasure to have you.
And I'll come back.
It's a biblical reference, come on.
I'm happy to come back anytime, so just let me know.
Yeah. So thanks for coming out. Senator Johnson actually made me think about the Euro thing down in the C-store. I had no idea it existed until 2 days ago. So maybe there's some insight in there, some promotionals. And the only reason I knew it existed is because somebody, I don't know who your artist is, somebody took a pretty chalk and on the chalkboard there in the food court wrote something about the Euro stand. As I was walking to get a hamburger, I saw it written there. That's the only reason I know it's there. And then I went and got a pop some other time, and sure enough, in the corner. So I think it's just a lack of visibility, perhaps. Obviously, people want to eat the Euro, so I think that as soon as people realize it's there, you'll probably see, instead of 12 to 15 people a day, you'll probably see it jump.
Well, I'm counting on all of you.
We'll do our best. I think Krista here will probably, add to that number.
Yeah, I only know about it because of the board as well, so.
Right.
I heard about it, that's what, yeah.
The food carts we're talking about, those things are fantastic. I've used the battles one over between Carver and Beard Church this year a little while ago. There's always people there, so that was a very clever solution to a problem there. I see the one over in agronomy being used, the guy from Marshalltown. There was a line just yesterday, there must have been 20 people waiting, so that was a great solution. For a positive feedback as well, this is my home away from home here in the MU. If I'm not in class, I'm here. I even work here. So in home class, this is the other third of my life here. And so I eat pretty much every day down in the Commons. And I gotta tell you, the selection is great. I don't get tired. I don't have, what do they call it, diet fatigue. Because it's nice that there's something different that I can get every day. So that's fantastic. It's a great change over the past few years it's happened. So I commend you on that. At the what did you say? It's called Cucina, the Italian.
Cucina,
yeah, right. The Italian. You got a girl working there, Serena. She's awesome. She's so friendly. I don't know if you know who she is. But maybe give her a handshake next time you see her.
I will let her know.
She's half the reason I go there. She's there on Wednesdays.
And where should she meet you, Mary?
So that was really cool. Come on, guys. Jesus, you guys.
I will let her know. Thank you. That's nice to hear positive feedback from her.
This is what you get with a room full of kids. She's got quick wit. She's always joking, very humorous, very funny. So maybe say hi to her. I'll yield. Thanks for coming.
Nancy, before we wrap it up, I just want to say, Abe's Cafe in the ABE building would be perfect. My department that'd be perfect.
Okay.
That name is, and just as soon as you said that, I was like, yes, that's just like being in class. And with that, everyone, let's please give our speaker. We're now in open forum, which is a time for open discussion of issues relevant to students. Speaker Williams.
Hey, this is really quick, but I will motion to amend the agenda to move Senate Bill 2013-2-016Y, establishment of current Roberts rules, down to the bottom of general orders. Thank you. Down to the bottom of general orders after all of the groups that we see, and that includes any other bills will be added to.
Are there any objections to that? Cool. President Hughes.
Thank you. I'd like to take a minute to introduce you all to somebody that you should all know. He's new here at the university. He works in Dr. Hill's office, Associate Vice President for Student Affairs. Like I said, new to Iowa State this summer. Is that right? Yes, this is Martino Harmon. So please welcome him to GSB, and he's going to introduce himself.
Thank you, Spencer. My name is Martino Harmon, and I am the new Associate Vice President for Student Affairs. I've been here 3 weeks, so I can sympathize with freshmen who were maybe lost on campus and didn't know where to go, and I hear about food places that I didn't know about. So I'm really excited to be here. I came from Ohio. I worked at the University of Toledo, Ohio for about 12 years, and I spent 5 years working at 2 different community colleges. So I'm extremely excited to be here at Iowa State. I enjoy interaction with students. I was talking to Richard Reynolds earlier, and he told me about the meeting tonight, and I said I'm going to be there. So, so you will see me often. I'm in the bench here, right next to Dr. Hill, and I wish you good luck and success during the year. Thank you.
You still want it?
No, I'll come back.
Okay. Senator Bauer.
At this time, I ask consent of the Senate to move Senate Bill 2013-2-036F to the bottom of general orders.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? Okay. Senator Kearns.
This time I ask consent of the Senate to add Senate Order C, a member of the University Affairs Committee, to the bottom of general orders.
Is there any objection to doing so? Senator Johnson.
You can move it down.
Okay. Senator Turhall.
All right, so I just wanted to brief everybody about the whole food on sale on campus thing that we're going over. So, if it's okay with you, Hillary, I'd like to give my spiel and then retain the floor and then answer questions. Questions. Okay. So, I met with Susie Johnson last Friday at Risk Management. She informed me of a series of events that happened that led to this prohibition of food sales on campus. Basically, what happened is last spring, the Ames city inspector retired. He was had oversight over the Iowa State campus. Presumably, he was a little lax about regulations and let things be how they always were. So when he retired, 2 state of Iowa Board of Inspection Appeals inspectors got assigned to Iowa State and Ames. So 2 younger people who came during Risha and basically went on the campus and said, what are all these food vendors? Why don't we know about this? What's going on? And demanded from Risk Management a full list of all food sales and vending that happens through the entire year. And basically, from what I understood from Susie Johnson, they're trying to establish themselves as a reputable authority as inspectors. So they met over the summer, I believe, with Risk Management, dining, the state. I think the Student Activity Center was also there. And basically the state told Risk Management that we can't allow these pizza sales anymore. And so Risk Management said, okay, we have to abandon them. Where the confusion came in was where the Risk Management wasn't very good about telling students about this. Moving forward, there's been some confusion about the interpretation of the food code. I actually have 4 copies with me, so I'm going to just go through one after the meeting. But if anyone's interested in the food code, it's great for bedtime reading. So there's some debate within the state itself about what qualifies as a nonprofit. Technically, Iowa State is a nonprofit in itself, but there's debate over whether student groups themselves are nonprofits or whether they fall under Iowa State. Or there's also debate about what qualifies as a nonprofit in terms of revenue, is it tax status. So there's some debate going on in the state right now about what qualifies as a nonprofit for its exemption to the food code. There's also a line that says all government and state entities do not apply for this exemption. So there's some debate that applies to student groups as well. Hopefully, Susan said that there's going to be a meeting between herself and probably the people department as well as a few others with the state in the next few years or so. I asked to be included in that planning. I plan to go and report back to you guys about that. So I'm still moving forward, maybe trying to advocate for students here, see bringing the student sales back. With that, I want to open up to questions of anybody.
Who has questions for Senator Turhall? Vice Speaker Snell.
Okay, Nick Moore was just a suggestion to get it out of my head, so it's out in public here. One of the things that I thought of here a little while ago, if we kind of put an impasse on being able to serve pizza, or groups being able to serve pizza and whatever, perhaps ask some questions about whether or not GSB as an organization can get the food service license. And then, since a lot of student organizations fall under our umbrella, if that would then cover them, and if maybe that's some way that we can work this out. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
GSB gets a food vending license.
Right, okay, so if you come to a brick wall on things, maybe throw that out there and see what they say about that.
Thanks for the suggestion. I'll definitely keep that in mind as a possibility.
What other questions or comments on that?
If there's nothing, I yield.
You must have explained very well.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
I just wanted to talk about the Kingland Systems Forum last night. I know there were several people that showed up, and it was great to see the GSB turnout. However, I was a little disappointed, I have to say, that there were more people that showed up. I realized there was a couple standing committees that met people at tests. But just for the future, I really, and that was last minute, et cetera, et cetera. But it was really great to see this sort of thing happening. This isn't necessarily something that's happened a lot in the past, ever. And so just as we go forward and work on, GSB, city council relations, it'd be great to see more GSB participation in this sort of thing. Because if no one shows up, it sort of begins the case that we need to have any voice in this type of thing. So, yeah, I guess that's just all I'd say is that it would have been nice to see more people in the future. Let's just, keep having our voices heard on this.
Okay, Senator Brightman.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on behalf of the FP&M program here at ICU, how easy it is to work with. As Senator Coon said, I am working on a project outside of MWL, put in a walkway. It's kind of hazardous for students, there's nothing there right now. And Senator Snell and I went down there last week. It was really easy. Talked with Mary Rankin for about 5-10 minutes, and then I got an email with a list of resources that I needed, people to contact, and I mean, really, it was a piece of cake. It was like 10 minutes. It was the easiest thing in the world. She makes it really easy on you. So don't get discouraged about the amount of time it might take to do a project, because really it is hassle-free. Thank you.
That was really positive, I love that. Comments from the executive branch / Travis?
I don't have comments from the executive branch, but I did have my own personal comment.
Okay. Chief of Staff Reed.
All right. Last week I just brought it to you guys that there is a learning ecosystem analysis and review of needs focus group coming up. It's actually next Tuesday and Wednesday at 5 o'clock. So if you're interested in providing any input on Blackboard, RF clickers, Moodle, those Top Hat Monocle, online learning, anything like that, please let me know. We only have had like 3 students sign up between the 2 focus groups, and they want it there. So anyone who has half an hour to an hour next Tuesday and Wednesday at 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, there'll be free pizza. All right, send me an email. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, there was a Twitter thing, I don't know, an hour ago, 2 hours ago, something like that, and I'll put something up on Facebook.
Where is it located?
That has not yet been determined. That'll be determined once they know how many students will be coming.
Are there any questions for Chief of Staff?
All righty, thank you.
Vice Speaker Snell?
All right, thank you. Just to kind of piggyback off of what Dan here said, I know maybe I harp on the whole thing about getting active and getting involved and doing things and not being afraid to try and solve problems, because more often than not is a lot easier than you think, just as I think Dan is discovering. Another fine example of that just occurred here a couple days ago. I was having a meeting with our soon-to-be new Senator, Laura Alexander, over there, and we're just going to go over a few things. We ended up having about an hour-long chat after the fact, but before that, on the way over here after class, I noticed between Carver and Beardsher, there's a section of the landscaping area that's really in disrepair. So when I got here to the MU to meet my appointment with Laura, I asked her if she wanted to go for a walk. Just maybe to put it in her head, some of the things that she can do as a new senator. So Mr. Plantenberg and Ms. Alexander and I, we all went over to Beercher, when I went over to that area between Carver and Beercher, and they noticed it right off the bat. I didn't have to point it out. I said, what do you see wrong here? And right away, they got it. It looks terrible, and if you walk by there, you'll see it yourself. Part of the thing about being in GSB is going to a lot of different committees, going to talk to a lot of different people and so on and so forth, all these things you've heard me go on about over and over every week. And that paid off for me, knowing things. You learn things when you do this. And if you hang around Dr. Leith long enough, president of the university, you know that one of the things that he really feels is important is campus beautification. It's not it's not, right, the first thing on his list of things to do, but he mentions it, it'll slide in conversations every once in a while that he's spending money on campus beautification. So I would have known this if I hadn't gone to talk to him, if I hadn't gone to some of his presentations and speeches. So this is just one of those things that was in my head. Wasn't conscious, but when I saw how dilapidated this section by Carver was, right away I thought, Dr. Leith, President of the University, campus beautification. This is the guy you need to talk to. So Mike Plantenberg and Laura Alexander and I, we went over to the second floor of Beercher, walked right into the president's office. I talked to Shirley, his secretary. He didn't happen to be in, but his right-hand man, Miles Lackey, was. So as they can attest, Mr. Lackey and all three of us, we went back downstairs, and we went out, and we're standing there in the grass, and he's like, well, by golly, this does look like hell, doesn't it? And that's pretty fair representation, isn't it? So, he talked to us about it. He wanted our input on it. And actually, what came out of it is he wanted our input on more things like this, too, because this is kind of something that they've just handled on their own. So he was very happy with the info. We probably had a 20-minute discussion standing out there. I took photographs. I sent them to him. He asked upon his request. So he's going to talk to Dr. Leith about it. He's going to work with FP&M to see if they already have plans for that area, that kind of stuff. So, long story short, guys, just as Dan was talking about earlier, sometimes all you got to do is just walk into a place and ask a question, and things get moving. It really is that simple. And that is the thing that being here helps you with. It really gets you that extra leverage that you have by being a GSB senator. So take our testimony here tonight, and some of the, I don't mean to browbeat you guys with this, vision of all the grand things you can do, but take some of what we're talking about here and apply it to yourselves, and take on a project. You see something that isn't working, just start asking some questions. Walk into a place and start asking people, hey, what's up with this? As Dan said, it's a hell of a lot easier than you may think. The next thing you know, you've taken care of something, and this place is better for it. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
President Hughes?
Thanks. Earlier, I emailed out my executive update, and so I know we have a lot of new people, so I'll just kind of give a reminder of what that is. Each week, there's a section on the agenda for comments from the executive branch. Usually, the president will get up and talk about what's been going on over the past week. One of the things that I wanted to do is to get it all in written format, since I know there's a lot to cover. So you have the opportunity to read through that. You should have received it in an email. I talk about stuff that's going on. Then I'll also tell you what I'm going to do over the next week, at least as much as I know at this point, and then some of the important things that I did over the past week. So something you should definitely take a look at is what's on tap for me over the next week, and if you have feedback about something going on over the next week, something you want me to take to a meeting, please let me know. So I'm going to hit the highlights of what I emailed out. Last night was the Kingland Systems Campus Town Project Open Forum. There were a handful of GSBers there, so thank you for attending, those of you that did. I was disappointed with the turnout as a whole. I wasn't too happy with how the process went. The meeting was finalized on Friday and scheduled for Tuesday, so that was obviously not very conducive to getting the word out to a lot of students. So that process did not go too well. But hopefully, in the future, if there is something like this in the future, we'll learn from it and make sure that we do that better, coordinating with Dr. Hill's office. That's who we coordinate with. Also, Supreme Court is back at quorum now, so they can start doing things again, which is exciting. We have a court again. So 1/3 of our government is back up and running, which is kind of a big deal. So thanks for taking care of that. Another big deal is that on the website, the governing documents section is finally up to date. Last week we had an issue. It said the bylaws require us to have 2 copies of the Constitution and 2 copies of the bylaws printed out and kept in the GSB office. Last week we referred to one of the copies of the Constitution with an issue Senator Fitton brought it up to me, and we thought there was some sort of controversy. Turns out that the copy of the Constitution was out of date, significantly out of date. So what I did was we went through and all the primary documents, the Constitution, the bylaws, the finance priorities and criteria, and the Articles of Cooperation, which is kind of our contract with the Graduate and Professional Student Senate. We made sure we had the most recent version of those. Those most recent versions are available on the website if you click that Governing Documents tab. So you should do that and download those documents and have them on your computer so you can refer to them when you need. And then also, tomorrow Mary will be replacing our Constitution and bylaws in the office with those most recent versions as well. Also, this was alluded to earlier, the campus-wide email went out today. It was at a cost of $26 from the Executive Initiative account. We did confirm with the Registrar's Office, following some discussions that took place last year, that the Registrar's Office will not be charging us for that portion of mass emails moving forward. So GSB's mass email cost will continue to be $26. So keep that in mind for self-fund, like if we're doing a self-internal event, that's the cost. We do get a discount from the Registrar's Office. Something else that came up earlier this week, we made first contact with the organizers of the Big 12 Student Government Conference. Big 12 Conference Student Government Conference will be hosted at Texas Christian University this fall, November 14th to 17th. The 6 GSB members will be in attendance. We also continue to work on the mission statement. I mentioned that last week. So if you have any feedback about that, if you want to talk about what you believe the core guiding principles of this organization are, please talk to me. We plan on moving forward with that pretty quickly. Also, I got an interesting story for you. This week, I'm talking to all open option students at the 2 sections of LES 101. So I went yesterday and I'll be going again tomorrow. It's not really GSB oriented, it's about something else. But I also talked about GSB during my presentation. And the teacher of that class, he does clicker questions at the beginning, just something to get people interested. It is 8 a.m. and there's a few hundred people in the room, so he thinks it's something interesting. So because I was coming, he asked one of the clicker questions, which student organization on campus controls an annual budget of about $2 million? And there are 5 options listed on the clicker question. And more than 50% of the freshmen chose VSHA as the answer. And 21% chose GSB. So 1/5 of those students know what's up, and more than half of them are a little confused. So that seems like a PR issue. Get that figured out. Moving on from there, everything else that's listed on this is things that will be happening or have happened. So later this week, Vice President Kletcher and I will have our conference call with Board of Regents member Hannah Walsh. She's a student regent. That's a regularly scheduled standing meeting. Same deal next week. We'll be meeting with the GPSS leadership in a standing meeting. And next week before Senate, so during the day on Wednesday, I'll attend the University Budget Advisory Committee with the president and some of these other members of that committee talking about university budget priorities. Those are the highlights. I'll get the questions.
Senator Bowers.
May I address?
You may.
I've heard some concerns about not being updated about what's happening with the city council. I think this whole Kingman system thing will open up that conversation. Is it possible to have you, I don't know, maybe on Tuesdays, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is it possible to either get that on your memo or possibly have Ms. Harvey come and talk to us briefly every meeting, or is there some way that we can get an update of what's going on with the city council so that way we're not oblivious to what's happening?
Sure. I know that Alex is not available this time on Wednesdays, but I will work with her to get something included in this document that I can cover, and then I can take questions back to her. Or you can also contact her directly, but I'll definitely work to get that included in starting next week.
Speaker Williams.
Well, I guess this is for everybody. But after we sent out the email, which was today, right? I got at least 3 inquiries for Senate and to be a part of it. So it's going well. So yeah, considering for SUV or something apparently or whatever. But they didn't contact me as Speaker Gabby Williams, which is very interesting. But it's been a good email, so money well spent.
Good, I'm glad, and like I said, we spent it out of executive,
Right.
but we included the Senate part, so that's a little cooperation, so you're all welcome.
Oh, goodness.
Are there any other questions for President Hughes?
I just have one more thing to mention. To the new, I know that we have a lot of new people. Did we introduce the advisors last week? No.
Is Richard?
They're not here anyway, so that's, let's do that later when they come back. But we do have Scott Brody here. He's kind of our pseudo advisor. He used to be a senator for representing graduate college. He also does a lot of work with Student Activity Center and other student organizations. So he stepped down from that role and is continuing along as a, I think I said pseudo advisor. I like that. Kind of a student advisor. And then there's Corey, okay. Corey Williamson's over here. He is one of our advisors as well. Richard Reynolds, he sits back here. Usually he talked to Nancy when she was here earlier. Also one of our advisors. So when he comes back, you can introduce him. But yeah, our advisors are here to advise organizations who support you, to provide some sort of institutional support. So please don't hesitate to talk to them about anything.
Anything else for President Hughes? Thank you. Senator Fitton.
First of all, slightly shorter than President Hughes, but I'm asking unanimous consent of the Senate to add our bill number 2013-2-012F, funding the French clubs to beginning of general orders. It was tabled for 2 weeks last time we considered it. It was just miscommunication on our parts to get it on the agenda.
Is there any objections to the consent? Can you repeat that bill number, please?
2013-2-012F.
Thank you, Carrie. Go ahead.
All right, and then I ask unanimous consent of the Senate to enter my remarks as prepared onto the record after I deliver them to the clerk.
So.
I have prepared remarks that I will submit to the clerk for the record, if that's okay.
Everybody good? Cool. Go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to touch on what Finance Director Radisky did mention earlier. I did have my own comments that I wanted to give to Senate. Over the past year, I've been a member of this body in one way or another. And while my institutional knowledge is fairly limited, I believe it's fair to say that the past month or so has presented the government, the student body, and the student body itself with a unique set of operational circumstances. The academic year began with a negative capital projects account balance, and we have exceeded over 33,000 students here on campus. It's fair to say that GSB and Iowa State are unlike they have ever been. During this time, both of our branches have led operations that, while considerate of our current circumstances, have largely conducted business as usual. Though the year is still young, passing bylaw bills, which in the words of their author, don't actually change anything, drastic inconsistencies in consideration of bills and the debate privileges of our members, and silence on the funding pinch of which we're currently experiencing, do evidence to me that we are still conducting the business as usual. It is with regards to my last point that I specifically rise this evening. As most of you know, I do serve as Vice Chair of our Senate Finance Committee, a role in which I've received instruction and directions from the actions of former Vice Chair Senator Scott Cannell, whom many of you know, but also the current Finance Director, who had behavior that is much befitting of Vice Chair. Lately, I found, though, that their direction has given me little clarity in light of our circumstances. During our most recent Finance Committee meetings, we have considered bills that, as a Vice Chair 6 months ago, I would have done little more than translate procedure to the student organizations as they appear before the committee. But today, in the past couple of meetings, I've been forced on multiple occasions to present motions, provide commentary, and participate in ways that have been polarizing towards student groups, our committee, and on the floor of the Senate. If I were being completely honest, I walk away from Finance Committee some days honestly puzzled by myself, which isn't completely surprising, but I like to think that I'm a somewhat rational being. It is for that reason that I've fervently sought out our rules that we do set aside for Finance Committee. Pursuant to the bylaws, the Senate Finance Committee is tasked with, under 76411, review and evaluate all requests for designated student fee monies, make recommendations to the Senate, and recommend budgets to the Senate as necessary for the effective operation of the allocation process. I hope you will then empathize with my dilemma when I tell you that it is the duty under bylaw 76122 to conduct the affairs in such a manner as to provide fair and equitable process based upon objective information and standardized criteria on behalf of the Senate. There's also the next following bylaw, 76123, the duty of the committee to examine, propose, and administer policy regarding such affairs to the Senate. To me, these bylaws demonstrate the Finance Committee and the Senate for too long have put the cart before the horse. Finance has been conducting its duties as laid out in the bylaws. It's considered requesting from student organizations, sending them to the Senate with our recommendations, which as of late you'll notice have been sent with no bias. But we've been doing it without knowing and really understanding the priorities of this body. This is not the fault of any individual here. It's really not the fault of the student government as a whole. We've acted in this way for so long because we've been able to. The money has been a convenience and really not an issue. Maybe I'm a little misguided, but PNC has been used really as a document only to set caps on categorical spending. It does not provide the committee with guidance on whether, with our $14,000 and now $7,000 in Senate discretionary, it is more important to fund the publishing of 4 different magazines, or to fund kayaks, bikes, motors for boats, and a week celebrating an academic college. It is for that reason that I attached a note in the Finance Director memo. The time has come and gone for Senate to determine the funding priorities. While Finance Committee has been and will continue to have discussions on GSB funding, figuring out the technicalities and logistics of prioritized funding, I believe it is necessary for this body to conceptually develop its principles for student fee distribution, similar to what we do with the asset bill. It is therefore my intent to work with the executives, the cabinet, senators, and most importantly, the students, over the next month to develop a Senate resolution defining these priorities. It is my goal that on November 1st, every student will understand the priorities of this government as we head into the regular allocations process in the next fiscal year. I invite each and every one here, and anyone who would listen to my speech, to join me in this process. It's not one which I intend and will not undertake on my own. It deserves the efforts of every member here. We are elected and selected to do, as Vice Speaker Snell has said, more than Wednesday nights. So with the injunction of President Kennedy, let's do this hard work because it's demanding. It takes a long time, but it's very deserving of our efforts. With that, I yield.
Is there any further business for open forum? We are now on Senate Order 2013-2-041 Seating a Human Sciences Senator.
Titled, Seating a Human Sciences Senator. Whereas the Human Sciences constituency has 1 open Senate seat, and whereas the Human Sciences Council has nominated Laura Alexander to fill the open seat, be it therefore ordered that Laura Alexander be seated as a senator representing the Human Sciences constituency, and be it further ordered that Laura Alexander immediately assume all rights and responsibilities of a GSB senator as delineated by government law. And I'll yield to the nomination.
I'm Laura. I'm a senior in kinesiology and health, and I became interested in GSB through a series of events. The first one was becoming a club rep for the Alliance of Health and Fitness Professionals, which led me to the Human Sciences Council, which hopefully will lead me tonight to be the 2nd member of the Human Sciences Senate. And I'm really looking forward to making a difference and getting my voice heard and giving back to Iowa State.
What questions are there for our committee? Senator Doherty.
Hi. I just have one question. What made you want to become a senator? What do you hope to accomplish or achieve while being on Senate?
I've always been kind of a quiet person, I guess, and I think this is a really good opportunity to speak my mind, ask questions, and try to get some bills passed.
Question.
You second?
Okay, question has been called and seconded. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? This passes. You're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-012F, funding French Club.
Title, funding the ISU French Club. I have Warren here, and I have my own amendment that I'll let her speak a little bit about the changes that we did make.
So we did make a few changes. It's going to sit with you this week, earlier last week. So basically, with the new information that we're only allowed to have 1 food event per year,
We have drastically reduced what I'm asking for. I think that for our one food event, we're planning on doing a crepe night, which we're all invited to. And for that, we would really like to have $60.
Senator Fitton.
At this time, I move to amend the amount in the GSB column to 60 for under the food, and for all other amounts to change accordingly. Or no, it's the first. Second.
It has been moved and seconded to change the amount the GSB would pay for food from $630 to $60. We're now on discussion of the amendment. Senator Fitton.
Question. Second.
Question has been called and seconded. UC has also been called. Is there any objection to this amendment and having it passed? It's an amendment, so it's okay. Okay, that passes. We're now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Kensler.
I think it's still within our finances to fund $60 for an event. I think that the groups worked very hard in reducing their costs significantly. And unless there's any other comments, I'm going to call the question.
Second. We cannot. Question has been called and seconded. We'll now move into voting on this bill. Yes means you want this to pass and you want to fund this. No means you don't want to, and abstain means that you have a bias for some reason and will not vote, essentially. Abbas.
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Yeah.
Breitbart.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Debates.
Yes.
Bisek.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Brenna Darova.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Need. Oh, he's not here, is he? Sorry about that. Lang.
Yes.
Lund. Oh, sorry. Bad guys. Nygaard.
Yes.
Osborne. Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Klintberg.
Yes.
Schulte.
Yes.
Sharp.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
Okay. By a vote of 32 to 0, this passes. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-033F, funding Triathlon Club.
All right, Senate Bill 2013-2-033F. Okay, so Triathlon Club came to me a couple weeks ago, and ever since then, I've been working pretty closely with them, and this has been a very mature, nice group that I've worked with. These two up here are very, very good people, and I'll turn it over to them to explain a little bit about the bill. Go.
Hi, I'm Byron Smith. I'm the president of the Triathlon Club.
Hi guys, my name is Emily Epperson and I am the vice president of the club. Alright, I'm just going to give a brief overview of what we do in the club. So throughout the year we take multiple trips. Our big one is to nationals, which we compete with clubs all over the nation. This past year we took 22 people, I think. Our season starts kind of in June, and there's multiple races that we go through as a club. And the equipment that we use gets used at these races like frequently. We have multiple members in our club that use our club equipment, and I mean they get good use out of them. What we want to provide for our new members in the club, we have about 20 plus new members this year that are actively involved in practices and stuff. What we want to provide to these new members
this club, not knowing anything about triathlon. It's an expensive sport, and we just want to provide our new members with equipment so they can get a feel of the sport and see if they want to stick with it. Currently, we have 11 club bikes and really only one helmet. We have multiple members that kind of have donated their equipment to let new members use equipment on during practices, especially during bike practices. We've gone through all of our equipment, all of the bikes, and it's kind of overwhelming. And it's kind of sad because our club is like a family, and so it's hard to turn away people during practices because we don't have enough equipment. So that is why we are here to ask for funding to get some new equipment, such as helmets and Byron's going to talk about.
All right, so our club charges dues of $45 per semester. We are currently in the process of increasing that up to $50 a semester, $100 for the year, to help deal with the increase in members. We also host 3 very large fundraisers throughout the year. We host Simon Triathlon, which happened 2 weekends ago now. That is our big fundraiser. We're finishing the numbers right now, but we made around $9,000 with that event. Another one of ours is Inside Man, which is an indoor triathlon we host during January. That is also a collegiate conference race, so all the collegiate clubs in the Midwest area will come and compete at that, and that'll go towards our point total, which helps qualify us for nationals. And then our last race is more fun. It's the Donut Run 5K. We host that at one of the park's names, and it's 5K, and you take time off your total race time for each donut that you eat. So it's very entertaining, and training for that is fun. So, but yeah, that's how we make a lot of the money for our club, and we make this sport affordable because people out there spend over $5,000 on just a bike, and we are just charging $50 a semester to get people into the sport, and then they can pursue higher levels on their own account. Specifically what we were asking for is 4 new bikes and 15 club helmets. We currently have, like Emily said, 1 helmet that is probably from the 90s and not really safe or usable at all. It's just kind of there. And 11 bikes. So what we want is to get 2 male and 2 female bikes, and then 15 helmets, which are gender controlled. There's different sizings, and we know how we want to allocate those. And the pricing, originally we estimated it to be $750 per bike and $60 per helmet, but we went to Bike World, we found bikes that were $700, and we worked with them and a representative through a bike company to get a 20% discount. So the new price for the 4 bikes would be $560 per bike. So that's a big decline from what we originally estimated being. And the helmets, we originally estimated at $60. And we found helmets for $40, and we're getting a 30% discount through Bike World on those. So that brings the cost down to $28 a helmet. The total cost for all this would be $2,660, and our original estimate had it $5,400 originally for everything else. So with that, do you have any questions?
Speaker Williams.
Okay, at this time, I will propose the Finance Committee memo, which actually does exactly what he just said. So we're changing the quantity of bikes to 4 instead of 6, and those prices from $750 to $560, which reduces our total cost, which is probably what you care about, to $2,660, and that'll be up here.
Since it's a Finance Committee amendment, it does not need a second, correct? Yep. So we're now discussing the Finance Committee amendment and only the amendment. Senator Brightwater.
Can I call a question on the amendment?
Yes.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. UC has also been called on the amendment. Is there, thank you. Is there any objection to UC? The amendment passes. We're now back to discussion of the bill as a whole. Speaker Williams, you still have the floor. Oh, okay. Senator Turhall.
Mayor, Mr.
You may.
Hi guys, thanks for coming out tonight. I was trying to ask a question about your bikes and the use. You said you have 11 currently, correct? I'd like to ask how many of your members bring their own bikes or use their own bikes or practice in competitions, and what state are your current bikes in right now?
I don't know the exact number of who has their own bikes. I haven't worked through that. As far as the current condition of the bikes we have, I believe they're on their 5th year of use now, and I mean, bits and pieces are breaking down, and we have money that we use to repair them each year. I guess as a whole, the bikes that we do have right now will probably last quite a they'll probably have at least 5 more years on them as long as we maintain them like we are. Does that answer your question?
It does. Retaining the floor, in light of you guys have, seem like you have pretty good condition bikes and I'm taking care of them, which commend you for. I'd like to motion to remove the bikes from the bill entirely and fund the helmets.
Second. It has been moved by Senator Turhall, and who had the second? Senator Lang seconded to amend the bill to cross out the bikes line item. We're now on discussion of the amendment only. Senator Breitbart.
I disagree with this amendment because this group has already said that they do fundraisers that raise over $9,000, which is a significant amount more than most other groups even try and attempt to do. And so I think that 4 bikes is not too much to ask, especially for all the funding that they raise for themselves anyways. So I would strongly urge a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Ward?
May I address the group?
Yeah, remember we're on the amendment.
Right.
Okay.
Is there a difference between like a bike that I got at Walmart and the type of bike that you're trying to purchase? Right, okay. No, nothing about boats or bikes.
Yeah. Walmart bikes will not last nearly as long. The components will break down much more quickly. The bikes we're getting were recommended by the owner of Bike World, who we've worked closely with over the years. The components on them will last much longer to repair, so that will decrease repair cost overall. The bikes we're getting are essentially the entry-level road bike. So I mean, we aren't buying like mountain bikes. Just it's not practical for our sport at all. But we aren't going for that extravagant $5,000 bike. We're just trying to get the entry-level bike that will last us and serve the club well for multiple years, so we don't have to come back and try to get new bikes in a couple of years when these break.
So would an incoming freshman have somewhat along the lines of the type of bike you're looking for, or are they more likely to have a mountain bike that they couldn't compete in the triathlon?
I mean, it just depends on if they're new to the sport or not. A lot of people don't know what they need, and that's what we're trying to provide, is a bike that will suit them at a kind of beginner level, I guess. Just to start them out in the sport, that way they can get a feel as to whether they want their own bike, or if they want to just keep using the club bikes that we provide.
And how many members does your club have?
We currently have 50 plus, I believe, and then we've had an increase of new members. It's about 20 plus, I believe.
And you said presently you have 2 bikes?
We have 11.
We have 11.
Oh. Okay. I didn't.
Senator Walsh.
Move me down, please.
Senator Lang.
May I just group?
You may.
You said you currently have fundraised $9,000 approximately. Where does that money go? What does that pay for?
I mean, it pays for the multiple races that we do, and then a big one is collegiate nationals, and that's a huge trip. It's usually pretty far away. It was in Arizona this year, and it's going to be there next year. So,
Sorry, I have a couple questions.
I guess just to go along with that, like the sport as a whole is very expensive. Race registration can be anywhere from $75 to $150 a race. So the money goes towards those race entry fees to keep the cost down for our members that are dues paying members. And then also the travel, especially the gas and racing vehicles.
As well as uniforms, we have uniforms.
For the dues paying members, in addition to that $45 a semester that they pay, do they pay a part of the entry fee or registration fee for those competitions? Or do you pay for part of it and they pay for part of it?
It kind of depends on the race, because there were some races this summer that were in our conference that just individuals went to, so they had to cover their own costs, but we take group trips to races where we cover the cost of the racing. Does that answer your?
Yeah, that's, thank you.
Senator Finn.
I wanted to note for Senate real quick that every bill that is funding tonight came out of Senate with no bias. This one specifically because the bike line items, we did want to ensure, like Senator Turhall's motion does, that each group is receiving the necessary safety equipment, which is why I'm happy that helmets were left in overall. I'd like to see just more debate over this generally. If the bill were to pass in its current form of $2,200 approximately, that would be half of what capital projects is currently projected at. So with that, I yield.
Senator Baker.
Can I hear something? Guys, thanks for coming tonight. Just a quick question. You said you have 50 members and then another 20 new members included? Yeah. So those 20, what do you based off of like previous years? What do you think the retention number will be? You got people coming in thinking triathlon club is coming in. How many of those people will throughout the year, throughout the next couple of years actually stay involved based on what you've seen? You think it'll be 20 of them or 15? Or?
I'd say like 20 is our estimate for the number that will stay around. I was kind of running numbers, just like going over all the new people I've met and who've been actively at practices, who were volunteering at our fundraiser that we had a couple weeks ago, and that's where the 20 numbers come from. We've had closer to 30 new people that have been around and trying it out so far. So that is what our estimate is for new members.
And we've seen an increase in new members.
Senator Benzoni. Senator Walsh.
Okay. Speaking of the Senate, this group, obviously, when they first came to Finance Committee, we asked them to look into receiving discounts, and they went right and came back the next week and said, hey, we got this, so I mean, that's a definite step forward. Speaking as a senator and not necessarily as a finance member, I think their dues are fairly steep. They fundraise efficiently, and it's obvious they need more bikes, so I would definitely encourage a no vote on this meeting.
Senator Abbas.
This is actually speaking to the Assembly as well. I would just like to reiterate what Senator Breitbart and Walsh said about voting no on this amendment, because this group has worked. I'm just learning this today, that they are working very hard on raising such great funds that no other club really does. I mean, they have multiple fundraisers, and I don't really know any other clubs that does such a thing. And they have experienced a lot in increasing membership, and that's a good thing. That should be encouraged as well. And if you vote yes on this, that would be simply not encouraging increasing membership. And as a member of GSB, I would like that to show that this is not. So I would vote no on this, and I encourage everyone else to vote same.
Senator Schulte.
Address the group.
You may.
So how many members currently don't have bikes? Like, do you have an exact number? And how many won't be able to compete as a director for that? If this doesn't pass with the bikes on?
Yeah. We don't have an exact number on who doesn't have bikes, I guess, but the biggest thing for us that was like a heads up was the fact that we use all of our bikes and more. Like, we have a few members that have like a spare bike, and they were pulling those out so other people could actually attend just our practices. And these are outdoor practices, and we've already had to turn some people away because they don't own helmets and we don't have any to provide yet. So once winter hits and we're practicing indoors, we think that these bikes will have even more use. And as a club, it's hard for us, or we don't want to have to turn people away because we don't have the equipment that we said we would for them paying dues.
Okay, so have you turned people away specifically because you don't have enough bikes? And how much of an impact would 4 bikes really have on the club?
We haven't had to yet, but it was only because of those members who had a spare bike that day. We had 2 people who like lent a bike and used another one, or one person just lent his and didn't practice that day, so a new person could ride. The 4 bikes I think would make a big difference, so that those new members can come. They don't have to see people being turned away and wonder if that'll happen to them next time. And then also once we start racing with all the new members, I can't predict accurately right now how many will need the new bikes, or like how many will go to that next race, but it'd be bad if we can't have enough bikes to bring all the people that want to race to our next big race that we do.
So you have been able to provide for all 50 plus members thus far?
We don't normally have that many at each practice. Currently our practices are earlier because it's still nice out and we can ride outside, but once our practices move to later on in the evening in the winter, we have attendance increase for each practice that we do have.
Senator Turhall.
Moving down, please.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Moving down, please.
Senator Parkinson. Nope. Sorry. Senator Lang.
And script.
You may.
Question on the bikes, and sorry if you've already said this, but you're using them for just practice, right? Or you're taking them to come?
For racing as well. It's just right now, our racing is kind of not going on.
Okay.
It's gonna start back up in April. But, we do mainly use them.
We use them at practice and competitions, you transport them with you?
Yeah, we take club equipment at every race. Because there's at least a few people that use them every single race.
Senator Johnson.
I just have just a question, if I can adjust to, I think FDR is probably the most appropriate person here to be around.
Is FDR back? Finance Director Radisky, would you take the question?
Sure.
I was just wondering if you're aware of any other groups that might potentially be a side effect of GSB purchasing these bikes? Like, are there other potential side effects here beyond just them that would help justify the expense?
I guess I can't really speculate on whether there are any other groups who this would be useful for. I don't know of any other groups that have cycling as a main component towards their group's end, but I don't have an exhaustive list in front of me.
Okay. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Senator Turhall.
All right, so I guess I'm going to try and explain a little bit my rationale behind this amendment. To the group, I have nothing against what you guys did. You guys have done everything right as far as the funding goes. I have nothing but accommodation for you for finding discounts. I really do sympathize with you. I'm a racer myself. I race 10Ks and have a comfortable map, so I do sympathize with you. That being said, I have what I feel are legitimate concerns for the future, and the group not having an incredible need for new bikes. With the 11 bikes they say they have, and with the 5-year prognosis of pretty good use out of the bikes, I don't see they have an immediate need for these bikes. A little bit of background for you guys who don't know a little more about how these bikes work. Triathlon bikes are not the same as mountain bikes. They're not the same as a bike ride around campus. They're a highly specialized piece of equipment. They cost a decent amount of money. They're made for competition. They're light, they're fast, and as a problem, go along with that, I really see it as benefiting this club and not seeing a lot of use among the general student population, unfortunate as it is. A lot of dedicated racers will get their own equipment because they feel they want to advance in the sport, and they will spend their own money when they feel their introduction, when they feel like they would like to continue. These 11 bikes we've already has is great to new students interested in the sport. The comment was brought up about other clubs on campus use bikes. I'm pretty familiar with the cycling club, who actually they own 0 bikes. All the bikes are provided by their own members. They go on downhill mountain bike racing trips. They go on group rides around campus just to go riding. So I feel it's unfair to single out one group to sport bikes to when we're not riding them to everyone else. So with that, I yield.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Since Senator Turhall's comments are fresh in my mind. There's one thing I'll make a comment on. He's talking about how Bicycle Club doesn't have any bicycles. Which sounds funny, yeah, I know. I think we can all flesh out the fact that there's a difference between joyriding, little tassels on the handlebars, and, the card flapping in the spokes. That's a different kind of riding than the riding that these folks are doing. It is, if this was the bicycle racing club, the same difference. Racing bikes are different than just your regular street bike where a $100 Walmart bike is Senator Ward was talking about what you do. So I just throw that out there. A few other things to consider. It's very rare, in my experience, that clubs do so much fundraising for themselves. For an organization to come here and say that they've raised $9,000 in just a single one of their events, that's a heck of a lot of money. I wish we could raise $9,000 in a fundraising event. We need to ask these guys how they're doing it, really. So I think that's something to keep in mind. They're doing their best to be fiscally responsible, obviously. They're saving money per this amendment. I mean, we've gone down, $150 in the bike price. They've cut 2 bikes off of there that they're asking for. The helmets have gone, more than half. So they're, as Mr. Walsh pointed out, they're doing everything the Finance Committee has asked them to do, and now they're asking us for this money. Capital items, just as a refresher for the new knowledge for the new people, all capital items we buy must last 3 years. So that goes back to what Senator Ward said regarding the cheap Chinese bicycles that one might buy at
I
Walmart.
didn't say Chinese.
Okay, well, that's there at Walmart. That's what we think. It's for the hard use that these guys are putting them under. It's very, very dubious that spending money on a lesser bike, a lesser quality bike, would actually meet our criteria for a capital item. So that's something to consider too. Also, with respect to the amount in the capital projects account, do with this piece of information what you will, but as Dan said, we will be getting returns. So it's not like all we have left is $4,274.28. Whether you guys want to spend before we get that money back, that's up to you, but I want to throw that out. On a philosophical perspective too, I know we need to reform, but maybe something that might weigh on your mind is this is a very expensive sport. We have funded more money for other sports that are less costly. So that's something to think too. And with all of that, I recommend failing this amendment. They've met the requirements of the Finance Committee. The heart of the bill is the bicycles, as we can see. Clearly, this is what they're here for. I think obviously safety equipment is fine. It's progress, obviously. But the heart of the bill is the bicycles. Passing this amendment is essentially to fail the bill. So I recommend failing the amendment, and then we can talk about the merits of the bill as a whole. And I'll yield.
Senator Bauer.
Okay, to first address some of Vice Speaker Snell's comments. He stated that the group is doing everything in their interest to be fiscally responsible, and going off of that, I think GSB needs to be doing the same thing to be fiscally responsible. Yes, we can all agree that the group jumped through all the hoops, they went through the Finance Committee process, they did all that, but it just comes down to the point that we have roughly $4,300 in the capital projects account, and this is $2,600. So roughly half of that would be taken away by funding this club. I think we do need to strictly fund on necessity, not necessarily what the group would like to have. Yes, it would be good to have these bikes so they can have all their members accommodated for, but we just frankly don't have the money to be spending on non-necessity items. So I do agree that the helmets are a priority. We do need to fund the helmets because it's a safety issue. But at this time, I'm strongly against funding the bikes because, yes, we will be getting money back into the capital projects account, but we don't know, if I'm correct, we don't know when that will be. It could be tomorrow, it could be a week, it could be 2 weeks. And we irresponsibly, well, not irresponsibly spend, but I mean, with $4,000 in this account, we really need to watch what we spend it on. Because another group could come next week that needs a safety item, and we might not have the money to fund that safety item. So I really do think we need to fund on necessity. The helmets are a necessity, they're for the safety of the group. The bikes are not, so I'm in full support of this amendment because we do need to be fiscally responsible in this situation. And I yield.
Point of information.
Yes.
We keep talking about the returns that we're gonna get. Do we know when we're gonna get those back? Does anyone have?
And expected within, by the end of the month.
So by the end of the month, we'll have that, what was it,
80 grand.
We'll have that $80,000.
I would estimate much lower, just to be safe.
Okay, that's why I'm asking.
How low is your estimate, FDR?
I would be safe and estimate 50 grand.
Okay. Thank you, FDR. Senator Fitton.
Will the finance director answer the question?
Yes.
Is the 50 grand estimate just capital projects or complete reclaim?
We do not run all estimates yet, so that is just a but I would have to double check with the numbers that I was given to. So some of this is not my estimate, which is partially estimates that have been handed to me, but they're not final, they're not solid, so I'm giving you global numbers.
I specifically asked that question because half of what does get reclaimed, if the finance director will verify, is split between the events and capital projects, correct?
That is correct. You may run up against the cap on the events account. I'm not sure what that is.
50,000.
So,
I'm going to call the question on this subject. I will withdraw.
Senator Doherty.
This would be a question to anybody on the finance committee that might know this, or anybody just in the whole. Is it possible to pass the amendment on the basis that we write another bill for later on when we do have the funds, seeing as the helmets are priority, but the bikes can be purchased at another time? Is it possible to do that, write another bill when we have the money?
Vice Speaker Snell will answer the question.
That actually, if I may, this actually addresses what I was going to say. We can fail the amendment and we can divide the question and table the second part for funding the bicycles for 2 weeks or until the end of the month. The question I was going to ask them, and you may since you have the floor, is what their timeline is for needing these bikes.
Group, what is your timeline?
Next week, we're beginning our indoor practices. We obviously wouldn't be able to get them that quickly because they will need to be ordered. But really, it's the sooner the better to, again, not have to turn people away from practices after they've paid dues.
Can you wait 2 weeks?
Please. Yeah. We understand you're in a bad situation financially, so we're understanding of that.
Any other questions?
Senator Benzoni. You may.
All right, so I was listening earlier to when you said about the one member having to pay for the practice and lending the bike. But the other, when you're being able to lend their extra bike essentially, could you get by with one additional bike, given that you have two members that are willing to lend their
I guess the thing with limited bikes, we currently have locker space in state gym where we store all the bikes, and club officers hold the keys to like keep that secure. Right now, people aren't leaving their bikes in there because it's nice out and they'll take their bikes home. But there are a few people that put their extra bikes there. Once we hit winter and people are leaving their bikes in there, we won't allow people to have multiple because we will fill up the extra space we do have. So there won't be spare bikes around. I don't know if you seem confused a little bit.
Where are you going to get then to the top? Where are you going to
We won't have the option of having people lending their extra bike because they won't have their bike here. They'll take their bikes home.
Where are you going to put then?
We have.
We don't have space for that.
Yeah.
We don't have space for each member to have their bikes.
Do you? Senator Fitton.
We'll be covered.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Okay, to discussing earlier, for those of you who are new, we have a parliamentary motion called dividing the question. So what we can do in any bill is we can pull a piece of it out and we can actually put that into a second bill. And then we can pass or fail the bill that we're left with. And then we can table, what I was saying is we can table that new bill with the bike line on it for 2 weeks. And then we should know hopefully by then what the status of our capital projects account would be. We will bring it back off the table, and we can discuss it then, and we can have these guys back if they wish. I know Emily's just dying up there, she's terrified of us. We can have them back, and we can have this discussion again, and we can debate the merits of the bicycle purchase. That is an option, and if that all makes sense to everybody, if nobody moves to do that later, hopefully if we fail the bill, that is what my intention is to do. Or, I'm sorry, if we fail the amendment, that is what my intention is to do.
Senator Breitbart.
May I just,
You may.
I was gonna ask, how long does the discount last? Is there like a deadline for your discount on the bikes and helmets? Or that it would require us to fund you guys sooner rather than later?
I actually just had our sponsorship chair, so we had our exec meeting yesterday. I had her contact Steve about that. I haven't heard back yet about how long the offer will last. So I don't have an exact time frame right now.
I'm gonna support Senator Snell's, or Vice Speaker Snell's motion, because I think that's the best idea for us at this time.
Senator Johnson.
I just had a few minor points to bring up. The dividing the question thing seems like a great idea, and that's something we can consider later, but just more relevant to the amendment. First of all, the question of if they can wait 2 weeks, I'm not sure what else they would be saying except sure. I mean, what are they gonna say? No, we can't wait 2 weeks. If you make us wait 2 weeks, we don't want any bikes. So I think the reasoning behind the question is somewhat flawed. But also, just to address some of Senator Bauer's points, short of some sort of fairly extreme circumstance, I'm not sure that given that all the information that we have, we'll have the funds returned within the next week or 2 weeks maximum. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any bills in our current new business that are related to capital projects account. Am I wrong? So I feel like, and that sort of, again, some sort of extreme circumstance that required waiving for second reading next week, it'll be at least 2 weeks before we'd have any sort of bill or funding coming out of that. Am I incorrect?
If you'll yield.
I yield to.
We have tabled a couple bills in Finance Committee that deal with capital projects expenditures.
And so when would they be?
They could be up as soon as
back. Yes, okay. Whereas I'm just not sure that, given the best firm knowledge, was it coming up? I'm not sure there's going to be any sort of like super urgent people will die if we don't pass this bill next week. So, you can take this under. Okay, Bill.
Senator Walsh.
I apologize if I missed this because I may have, but if we do divide the question, can I address the group actually?
Yes.
You guys said, you've read this 10 times now, 11 bikes currently, that's correct? There's 15 helmets, so if we would decide not to fund the bikes later, we're funding 4 extra helmets also that don't need to be funded, so I just kind of wanted to point that out as something to think about as we're going through this, so I'll go.
Speaker Williams.
Okay. What I'd just like to state, it's very interesting. I hear a lot about how we need to be fiscally responsible, and we've had a few motions from the finance director as well as Senator Finn to kind of be aware of what we're funding, and I would agree with them. And I guess where I hear this discussion going to, I would hate for us to decide on a bill because we don't have money, and so what do we need to fund? But I would also hate for us to decide on a bill, oh, we have money, so we can fund this. So if you like that we're funding the bikes, I guess I would support Senator Snell's idea to divide the question because that would be based on merits. But if I don't, or if you don't, then I would strongly encourage that you get rid of the bikes now and not just wait so we can talk about it later. So please, take this seriously, decide where you'd like to stand, and if you do have an intention to get these bikes and you think that's the best way we can spend student fee money, as a certain someone would say, then please do so. But if not, we don't need to make them wait on a decision that you've already kind of made up in your mind. Personally, I will actually go on with the amendment here because I do think it's necessary for us to fund things that are necessary, such as safety equipment, as Senator Bauer has stated. But take that as you will, and please keep debating a little bit on this unless you made up your mind and go ahead and call question. But those are my 2 cents. So, I yield.
Senator Fitton, this is your third.
I ask unanimous consent of the Senate for those speaking.
Okay, so what Senator Fitton just asked for is that in our bylaws? Bylaws, okay. In our bylaws, Senator is supposed to only speak 2 times on a bill. If they want to speak any more than that, they have to ask for the consent of the Senate to do so. If you don't want that person to speak, you can object. So Senator Fitton just asked for unanimous consent of the Senate to speak for a 3rd time on this bill. So at this time, are there any objections to him doing so? Senator Fitton, you have the floor.
All right, I just wanted Senator Williams perfectly stated my remarks. I think this is a decision we need to make now. What I said up there earlier is really, I think, relevant. What's the best use of Synergy money? And I guess my question, when I see capital projects account, especially in terms of initiatives that the executive branch is doing and in terms of initiatives that we as a Senate are doing, I think there are much better places that we can benefit the student body as a whole than giving 4 more bikes to 1 student group. You guys have done everything perfectly. You guys have done it right, and I thank you for going along with the process. You've been just completely cooperative in that way. But when we're looking from our standard on how best we can serve the student experience at Iowa State, I think that still remains the question. The other thing I was going to mention really quick to Senator Johnson's point is we have a group that's basically in the same situation next week. They have essential equipment that we want to fund for safety, but they have thousands of dollars in other expenditures that they want to help accommodate growth within their group. We're going to keep on coming up against this. It doesn't matter how much in capital projects. We need to determine how best we're going to serve students. And that's why you should vote this amendment up or down right now. I will yield to Senator Johnson.
Are you referring to the Ethos bill, or which bill are you, is it one that's already printed on the agenda?
It's not on the agenda, it's tabled, I believe it's canoe and kayak.
So it'd be another 2 weeks, like I said before in my previous point then.
I guess it didn't make the agenda, all right? Okay, I guess we just consider it.
Senator Voss.
Again, I'd just like to talk about the amendment. I see no point in simply voting on one of the helmets or one of the bikes, simply because what's the point of having helmets if you don't have a bike? They're not just going to suddenly switch up and start rollerblading or anything like that. So,
Point of information, how much time is remaining?
I was just going to tell you that. There are 12 minutes remaining on this bill. Thank you, Senator Fittenberg. Senator Parkinson.
Okay, I just wanted to point something out to some of the new faces here. These bikes are not exclusive just to this club. This is a capital items piece, so that means it is open to every student. It is not solely to the Triathlon club. So,
Senator Kensler.
I just wanted to kind of restate, unless I missed something, one of the reasons why we're funding the helmets is because they're safety equipment, obviously, but I think, did you say the 11 bikes were owned by the club?
To our knowledge, yes.
Okay. And is there anybody in the group that rides with their own bikes? Okay, so just because we're not funding the bikes, we could still use the helmets as far as safety equipment for those who use their own bikes. And I would urge a quick amendment, or a quick call to question, because I think we've kind of made up our mind already on this bill. You know what, I'm going to call the question.
Question has been called and seconded. Please put your placards up if you would like to pass this amendment and eliminate bikes from line items. So placards up for yes for the amendment. Down. Up for no, meaning you want to keep the bike in there. by a vote of 15 to 17 to 0, the amendment fails. We are now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. We have 10 minutes remaining. Senator Finney.
I move to extend debate by 10 minutes.
Is there any objection to UC extending the debate by 10 minutes? Okay. Before you go, Speaker Williams, at this time I'm going to relinquish the duties of the chair to you for a few minutes while I use the restroom. Not wait 20 minutes.
You guys are in trouble now.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, to suspend the rules. You're fired. Harry still has the chair.
Okay, you go ahead.
I'm gonna move to amend the bill to 2 bikes in the line item.
Second.
And I yield the floor.
Would Senator Fitz yield to a question? Are you in support of actually funding 2 bikes, or are you just trying to cut it so that if we pass anything at all, that it will be less, or would your goal to be to fund none at all?
I will not comment on that.
Well, thank you for your input. From what I've heard from the people who are dissenting against funding bikes at all, it sounds like they probably don't want to fund any of them. So to me, this just sounds like a way that if they do, I mean, if you want to talk now.
I would like to see us come to a compromise.
Okay.
Since, you know, you have 2 very polarized sides, if we're going to spend, I think we should do it in a compromise.
Okay, understandable. I just wanted to know your intentions.
All right, Senator Lang. And it's your turn. Yes, May.
How much is the group willing to put towards the bikes? Right now, GSB is funding all of it.
We don't have any money allocated for it based on our budget for this year. Again, this is coming up because of our growth in membership. And the big thing is, like, even if you cut it down to 2, we'll probably end up back here next year because we've been seeing continuous growth in the club. And eventually we will need more bikes to support the new members. So,
At this time, I'd like to give the group the floor, or, well, the group wants the floor. You want to say something? Yes?
You can speak to the amendment, that's fine.
and as, like I just said, we really need these bikes just to support, like, what we've been telling people, like, you know, if you're a dues paying member, you will have equipment to use at our practices. I don't want to, you know, have to go back and say, oh, sorry, you can't practice with us today because we don't have the equipment we need. I would feel very bad saying that. And the biggest thing is we need these bikes for our growth. We won the Sports Club of the Year last year, so we are like a very prominent club in the sports community. A lot of you might not have heard of us, but we are a big deal. And it's our fundraising events that get us that recognition, that have made us the best sports club. And it's just, we need those bikes to help keep our members happy in the club and get them involved, which is what we're striving for. And promoting the sport of triathlon as well and making it financially feasible for people. Because if we don't have bikes, we're telling people, you have $100 dues for the year, and you have to pay $500 to get the cheapest bike out there as a dues in itself. So, and without advice, it's essentially saying our dues are just going to skyrocket if people want to stay involved in the club.
And I just want to say, like, this club means a lot to me. I came here not knowing anyone, and I quickly got involved in this club. And I have just gained so many friends, and I want to continue to see this club grow. I want people to get involved. When we have the equipment, they will see and like they'll get to experience the sport, this equipment that they can use and that they can, take advantage of because they don't have any equipment. And I just want to keep members coming. It means a lot that we're getting an increase in numbers. There's more people involved in our club.
Senator Ward?
May I address the group? You may. What was your initial rationale between, because originally you asked for 6 bikes, if I'm correct. So how did you come upon that number? Did you just kind of decide?
I just kind of decided for 6.
Okay.
It's not a huge number, it's not a small number, just a mediocre number that we could get equipment for new members.
Okay, so if we were to find 2 bikes, what would that do for you? Would that help at all, or would you still be seeing the
I
need for
just
more bikes?
feel like we cut down the price a lot from what we originally ballparked, and we're going from 6 to 4. I feel like that's a reasonable amount of equipment to provide for our club. But paying 2 is, I just don't feel it's enough. Like Byron said, we would probably come back next year.
Any bikes will help, but it just with that growth, do we need to keep coming back every year and asking for bikes because we can? Yes. We're trying to make it so we don't have to come back for longer periods of time.
I would just like to say on their behalf, it's been echoed, they're doing everything right financially. It sounds like they're doing everything right in general. They're growing as a club, they're getting students involved, and that's what we ask for clubs at Iowa State. We want to be a university where people can come and choose their adventure. We want to get them involved in different things. And I think it's our duty to give people the opportunity to get involved in different things. They're growing and that's great and that's what we want to see. And I think instead of hindering them, we should encourage that. So I'm not in favor of the amendment. I think they've been very reasonable in working with us and cutting back the number of bikes. And I think they have the best interest of their club and the student body as a whole. Again, these bikes aren't for the triathlon club, they're for the student body. And since they're so willing to work with us, I think it's reasonable to provide 4 bikes. With that, I yield.
Senator Bauer?
Okay. Well, Finance Director is easy back there. You have 2 questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Will we for sure get the money from Camp Silver County within the next 2 weeks? Is that 100% definite?
I can't promise, but I've been given a reasonable, I would say I've been led to believe that it will take place.
Okay. So we're not 100% sure.
Because I didn't do it personally.
Okay. So we're not 100% sure that we'll get the money in 2 weeks. So I don't think we can keep beating that point into the ground. Last year, during regular allocations, we'll do last from the past year. I'm not sure which finance committee members said this, but when they were trying to cut the $600,000 deficit, one of them said that they have to look past the emotional appeals of the group and fund strictly on merit and from what money we have. So this is an interesting bill that we have here tonight because it's just, these don't happen that often with this type of situation and limited funds and having to make such a big decision over a $2,000 difference in the bill. So please try to look past the emotional appeals, do your legislative duty, your duty to the student body, and fund strictly on merit and our fiscal situation. Going off of what Senator Fitton said, we do have other items tabled in Finance Committee that request funds out of the capital projects account. So this isn't just a one-time deal. This isn't the only bill we have coming out of capitals possibly. There will possibly bills up next week and the week after. So we need to make sure that we have money there to fund for priority items like necessities such as the helmets that are up on the screen. Next, I think it's interesting how we're all in agreement that this is a kind of monumental year for GSB, that we have to be more responsible than we have been in the past with spending money. And I just find it interesting of how we have an opportunity to save money, to not make the count go possibly negative again, depending on what happens in the next few weeks. We all say that we want to be more fiscally responsible, but from the debate happening tonight, we're not going that route. I mean, bikes aren't a priority item in my opinion. Yes, the group may have to turn members away, but I think we need to fund on priority. They need the helmets. Other groups might come within the next couple of weeks and they might need safety items. And what if we don't have the money for them? Then their club can't participate anyway as a whole, and their club won't even be able to meet possibly because we can't fund their safety items, priority items, those types of things. So please look past emotional appeals, fund strictly on merits. I'm against this amendment. I don't feel as though we should be funding bikes at all at this point. I do support the club. They've taken great strides to be fiscally responsible, and I congratulate them on that. But I mean, I would be in favor of bringing this bill, like Vice Speaker Snell said, dividing the question and then bringing the bikes back later, because I do think they did their homework. I think they deserve the bikes, but we can't do it right now. We don't have the money, and I'll deal with it.
Just so Senate knows, we have 9 minutes remaining on this bill. Senator Schulte.
So I'm going to kind of echo what Senator Kearns was kind of alluding to earlier, in that I don't think this amendment is a compromise. I think it's something that would make neither side happy, because they don't think it's enough bikes, and it's still too many bikes for the people who don't want the bikes at all. So I'm definitely not in favor of the amendment. I'm also
Order, please.
I'm reticent to give them bikes at all because kind of what Senator Ward was talking about earlier, the numbers they have come up with for how many bikes to get aren't based on any specific numbers within the group of how many they actually need. And with the questions I was asking them earlier, they've had enough bikes for all 50 members thus far, and until they can give us the numbers of how many bikes they actually need, it's difficult for me to just say, okay, we need 2 bikes, and I don't know the impact that's going to actually be having within the group. And I completely agree with Senator Ward that people should be involved and should choose their own adventure, but until I know the exact impacts that these bikes will or will not have, I have a difficult time supporting the amendment and giving them bikes. So, thank you.
Senator Koch. Senator Breitbart.
So I think we've kind of beat the heck out of this amendment. It's kind of pointless, this debate at this point. And like Representative Snell said, and Vice Speaker Snell said, I would be in favor to break the bill in half or whatever. So I would just call a question on this with a strong urge for a no vote, because these guys deserve more than just 2 bikes.
Question has been called and seconded. Easy. We're now voting on the amendment. So placards up if you would like to cut this to 2 bikes. Voted.
Can I object? There was like 5 of us with placards still up. I mean, if no one else cares, that's fine, I can yield, but there's...
Okay, I object.
What do you object to?
Question.
One at a time.
Okay, everybody just be cool, it's fine. At this time, we will vote on whether or not we're going to vote. So if you would like to proceed with voting on the amendment, please put your placard up now. Down, placards up for no. Down, up for abstentions. By a vote of 26 to 6 to 0, we will be voting. We are now voting on the amendment. If you would like to, if you vote yes to pass the amendment, that means you want to drop down from 4 bikes to 2 bikes. No means you want to leave it at 4 bikes, and abstain means you have a bias of some sort. So at this time, placards up high for yes, dropping down to 2 bikes. Down, up for no. Down, up for abstentions. By a vote of 2 to 29 to 1, the amendment fails.
You're originator of the original motion.
Yes.
I will call the question on the bill.
Okay. Question has been called and seconded. Are you withdrawing? No. We will now be voting on whether or not we will vote on the bill as a whole. So if you would like to vote on the bill as a whole, please put your placard up now. High. Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstention. By a vote of 7 to 25 to 0, we will not be voting.
What information from the chair, how much time is remaining on the bill?
4 minutes.
Thank you.
I move to divide the question.
Second.
Jack. Okay, it has been moved to divide the question, and it has also been seconded.
Can we use that?
Advisor Brody, can I grab you quick for a quick answer since we only have a few minutes? When we move to
Actually, group one, I'm the parliamentary.
oh, we don't.
Correct. I have it right here, and it's not debatable. It takes a majority vote to do this, so that's exciting.
So we will now be voting on whether or not to divide the question. So dividing the question means that they described it earlier. So basically do two bills. So if you'd like to divide the question, please put your placard up.
How are we dividing the question?
Dividing bikes and others.
Up if you'd like to divide. Okay, up for now. Down, up for abstention. Okay, by a vote of 24 to 6 to 1, this passes. Senator Pitt, you got 4 minutes.
On the helmet bill, I'll call the question.
Second. Question has been called and seconded on voting on the helmet portion, on the helmet bill. You see, it is a finance. Abbas,
Yes.
Alexander,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Lanzoni,
Yes.
Breitbart,
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Order, please. 2 minute side conversations. Thank you. Doherty,
Yes.
Debates,
Yes.
Fiesek,
Yes.
Fitton,
Yes.
Foley,
Yes.
Granadorova, Johnson,
Yes. Yes.
Kaufman,
Yes.
Kensler,
Yes.
Kearns,
Yes.
Lang,
Yes.
Nygaard, Osborne, Parkinson,
Yes.
Peterson,
Yes.
Plettenberg,
Yes.
Schulte,
Yes.
Sharp,
Yes.
Snelly,
Yes.
Talon,
Yes.
Turhoff,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yeah.
Ward,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
By a vote of 32 to 0, this passes.
I will move to table 37F for 2 weeks.
Second.
You see?
Okay.
Who's your subject? Okay, thank you.
Placard vote?
Before we move into that, it has been moved and seconded to table the bike portion of funding for 2 weeks. This time we are voting on whether or not to table that. Please put your placard up for a yes if you would like to table that for 2 weeks. Down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstentions. By a vote of 29 to 2 to 1, this will be tabled for 2 weeks.
As a point of information, well, not to the chair, but just in case somebody, actually, can I just make a note?
Speaker Williams, you have the floor.
Okay, just so everybody knows like what just happened, so when you divide the question on the bill, it gets assigned a new numerical bill. So that's why Senator Fitton alluded to the bill number being 2013-2-037F. So we'll see that bill in 2 weeks. Also, just so everybody knows that in order to postpone something or table, as I'm sure is what Senator Fitton meant, that motion is debatable and it's amendable as well. So if you don't like that it was 2 weeks, you can go right ahead and say so. It can be amended to 1 week if we decided to. So just as a future reference to you, because we do postpone things to a certain time a lot, so just wanted to make everybody aware of the parliamentary procedure on that. Thanks,
We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-031F, funding CALSB.
Senate Bill
Order, please.
Senate Bill 2013-2-031. Entitled Funding Iowa State University College Agriculture and Life Sciences, otherwise known as CALS Week. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Brent Sexton, one of the co-chairs of the event, to explain a little bit about what CALS Week is and everything that CALS Week does. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. First off, thank you. Kind of burning the late night oils tonight, but why not? All right, so what CALS Week is, it's a week dedicated to the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences here at Iowa State. It starts on Monday, October 7th, and will conclude on October 11th, Friday. There's numerous events. There's meals on campus, and it's free and open to all members. Not members, all students here at Iowa State. It's inclusive of everyone. What we really strive to do is promote the College of Ag as well as the agriculture industry in general. You know, everyone's seen what an engineer does, and everyone's seen what a doctor does and what have you, but very few people see firsthand what an agriculturist does, whether it's a veterinarian or an agronomist or a farmer or a seed dealer. So we really need to raise awareness as well as just make sure we inform an educated public, and then also have fun. I'm not going to stand there and boring stuff. Now, if I may just address the bill and our funding. As it was mentioned in the Finance Committee, we're the only college week that is funded by GSB, and it's largely because we're the only ones that have applied. I think there's a correlation. Anyway, if you look at the bill, compared to previous years, it's about $1,800, and it's actually right about what it's usually been, but we've kind of maneuvered funding. We've cut chairs and got different types of tables because chairs were hassle and they're expensive. And so by this, I'd like to kind of move funding towards the dance. This would allow us to then not charge at the dance, hopefully encourage attendance, and we're recommending people bring a canned food item, then as like a philanthropic event, which will donate to the shop at ISU. That's kind of the funding break, as well as an ad for the daily. So that's kind of the funding breakdown. I guess I can entertain questions now, or we can proceed with the way things work around here. For lack of intelligent words.
Thank you, Brent. Speaker Williams.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to propose the Finance Committee memo, which essentially just changes the daily advertisements from $193.50 to what we fund for a daily ad, which is $162. So this changes the price to $1,736.16. And with that, I yield.
We're now on discussion of the amendment. Question has been called in second on the amendment. UC has also been called. Is there any objection to UC? Amendment passes. We are now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Griggs.
All right, just to speak a little bit about this, we talked a lot about funding bills on their merits. That was something that was running through my head a lot in the last bill that we did. But everything that we want them to do, we want them to find outside funding. They found fundraising from other things. They have money coming in from college. They have outside industry putting money in towards Cows Week, and they've exhausted those resources. And then this is the last bit that they need to make this week go on. Just to talk about the history of it a little bit, Jake Swanson can probably speak on it much better than I can, sitting back there in the gallery. As many of you know Jake. This bill was voted unanimously last year, and it's funded every single year with pretty much zero contention. I understand there are different circumstances this year, so don't bring that up. Thank you. Secondly, I guess one of the things that really bugs me is we really shy away from big events that are successful on campus and things like that. And just like the last club, how they were the best, they were voted the best sports club in all of the university, and so they've been very successful. Just like this Cows Week is the biggest college week on the whole campus. We're the only college that includes all of the university students. It's not just restricted to only Cal students. And I think with that, anytime that we have something big on central campus like that, it creates a buzz. We always talk about the student experience. Everyone, that's a word or a phrase that people like to use. And anytime you can create a buzz on central campus and liven it up a little bit, I know people have talked about when we were talking about the GSB event last year with putting the tent up and having food, that anytime they see a tent on central campus, they stop by and see what's going on. That was something that was brought up several times. It's almost exactly what we're doing here, just promoting something different other than GSB. And with that, I think that when we talk about the student experience, there's not much better that we can do than to provide a whole week that there's that buzz around and just making campus more lively and entertaining. With that, I will yield, and I just want everyone to keep in mind that although we do have a fairly stingy financial situation right now, this is something that's consistent, and I know that we talked about we don't know when funds are coming exactly, but we are getting funds soon. So that won't be a problem. And as of right now, we have $27,972.92 in the events account. This is it's less than 10% of that, it's 8% of that. So with that, I'll yield.
Senator Bauer.
May I address the group?
You may.
Can you just explain a little about the DJ and sound equipment, like what's that all going on with?
Yes. So the DJ and sound equipment would cover the cost for the DJ. So not only come in, but also bring in sound and lighting equipment. This was a fairly, it's not cheap, because I mean, cheap isn't, no one likes cheap things, you know, obviously. And I guess what I mean by is that you can tell when it's the bottom line speakers and the lights have 3 colors and they spin in a circle. Like, you can tell when something isn't fun to play. And so this is, it is far and away not an over the top. It's a very kind of middle of the road, very comfortable for the group size we had. And this would essentially cover the DJ and then the cost for him to provide the equipment.
Okay. And then can I address a question to Cal's President Swanson?
Will you take one?
Sure.
Yes, you may.
Hey Jake, thanks for coming out tonight. Would GSB be recognized as a funding source by the Cal's Student Council for providing funding for this event?
Yes.
All right. I'm in full support of this bill as it is, and I would urge yes vote on it. Now you.
Senator Kensler.
May I actually address Finance Director this week?
Yes, you may.
Finance Director Rudisky, did you want to see this back in finance? I'm reading from your memo here.
This one? We had the group come to finance committee this week, so we revisited the bill in order to have the finance committee be able to ask questions, because we did not, we're not able to have a member of the group present the previous week when we saw it. So we discussed it with the group and resent it.
So the note that's on there is from last week, actually.
The note from this week's finance memo.
There is a note in there
Yeah.
that says that you would like to see this back in finance. So I figured that wasn't right when you was
Okay,
here. but-
just wanted to clear that up. And then, just another point I wanted to make is, while I respect everything that's been said about this great event, I don't think that we should be funding things based off of what's been done in the past necessarily. After all, it is the situation in which we find ourselves. The same mindset was kind of thought. So please, as has been stated on previous bills tonight, fund it on the merits. Don't just give it the rubber stamp because we have funded it in the past. Actually look and see if this is a good use of student fee money. With that, I yield.
Senator Finn.
Move it down, please.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Move me down.
Senator Finn.
I want to note to Senate that I think this bill in particular is very near and dear to my heart. Jake, last year when he was a senator, this was the first bill that I ever co-authored as a senator. Thank you. And it did come out of Senate unanimously last year. But in contradiction to Senator Kern's comments, I think recognition of our different circumstances is very necessary at this time. I'd also like to just pose a couple questions to the group. First of all, for the table rental item, where are those tables being rented from?
For the table, tables, tents, chairs, all that stuff when it comes to ISU, I'm not understanding anything that this large, it has to go through classic events. That's where Greek Week, Homecoming, Cows Week in the past, everything that's a large tent like that is going to come through classic events. They have the contract with the ISU. So they're in Des Moines. We got the tents, or the tent. It's 40 by 60, the standard size you see. And then also we've got just the tables, and then only tables, cabinet chairs.
How many tables are you planning at this time?
It'll be 28. We figure that will allow us 6 to 8 to serve on, or 2 to accept people, 6 to serve, and then 20 for people to eat around.
And then the last question, and respond as you may, all of our speakers on this bill. What do you think this bill, or excuse me, the event would look like if GSB weren't to fund it tonight?
If GSB were not to fund this tonight, it will place a burden on Cal's council. If I could correct Mr. Kearns, Senator Kearns, earlier, the college doesn't fund Cal's council. It is all through sponsorships, donations, fundraising. So, I mean, it's much like any other student organization, except that you can't really charge dues when it's an elected position from a club. So we don't have that factor to work with. Sponsorship has been tight with the recession, considering that all the money will be, almost all the money comes through primarily ag-related industry businesses. So will it change this year? Not particularly because we've already planned for it, but it will change what Cal's council can do in the future, and it would largely change how we approach things next year and the following years.
What do you think is the inherent value of any regular Iowa State student coming up and getting a burger during Cal's Week? How does that add specifically to their Iowa State experience?
If a student is to only go and approach this as it's free food, there's not much we can do. Our hope is that the environment, the excitement about the College of Agriculture and agriculture in general, the different displays and events have going on throughout Cal's Week is what will at least open their eyes to opportunities within agriculture. Agriculture or the College of Agriculture has been growing. It grew by, I believe, 10% last year. That's very large for a college. There's higher enrollments now than ever before, and job placement is is right about 98%. It's the highest in the university. So obviously, College of Agriculture and Life Science students and people who understand agriculture realize the importance. Our hope with this week is, if they come in and they just want a burger, they just want a slice of pizza, there's not much we can do. But if we are able to create that excitement, be that voice of agriculture, and maybe we can open someone's eyes, they can realize the opportunities available, or at least just be a better informed member of the public.
So directly, my question to you would be, what do you think the average student does gain from this experience?
At the very least, I believe the average student gains insight into opportunities within agriculture. There will be some businesses around on various days because they've sponsored days of the week. Maybe they'll kind of understand what all agriculture encompasses. It's much more than sows, cows, and plows. As fun as they may be, but there is there's a lot of science and theory applied to this, and so I guess that's what we're really hoping that they'll understand.
I just want to make sure I have my information correctly. Did you say the tables are coming from an off-campus vendor?
Yes, they're coming from the same place as the tent, and that's where all of the tables and tents and everything else, primarily all of them, will come from if they're at IOC.
If I may read from PNC with permission from the chair. Under equipment rentals, off-campus rentals of equipment will not be considered for funding unless equipment available on campus is inadequate or insufficient. So what that's basically saying is that we wouldn't fund, I don't see tents readily available in the AU, correct me if I'm wrong, Advisor Williamson, but there are tables which the Memorial Union does work with student groups to provide for events just like these. So is that something you'd be willing to do to work with?
It would largely depend if they're willing to give us 28 tables that we can take outside and then attach leg extenders to in order to make it a comfortable environment for people. To my knowledge, I know at Kildee Hall where Animal Sciences has their tables and tents, you can't take them outside of Kildee. So I guess if they have insight that I don't, that'd be great.
I'll yield after this time.
Senator Kranz.
I think a lot of what Senator Fitton, I understand where he's coming from, but what he's directing that up to if the average student is coming through and getting a burger. Correct me if I'm wrong, GSB did the exact same thing last year. Was our goal just to give them a hot dog? I mean, our goal was to teach them about GSB. Any kind of event that does something like this, they have a secondary goal. And the secondary goal for Cows Week is to teach them about the opportunities within agriculture, teach them about the great things that agriculture is doing. I don't want to toot my own horn, so I won't go down my agricultural advocate role right now. But I think that we do events exactly like this. So to use that basis to not fund this, I think would be somewhat hypocritical.
Senator Bauer.
Can I direct a question to Advisor Williamson?
You may.
Corey, you probably don't know this, but do you know how many tables the event management office has to lease out? Okay, I'll yield for now.
Director Hofer.
All right, so we have an online follower who was wanting to chime in on this discussion. Tweet was from somebody named Deb Down. Especially has some connections to this room. But she says, Cows Week should be supported because it is the only college week that is open to every single IT student. I yield.
Thank you, Director Hofer. Vice Speaker Snell.
Okay. All right, I got organized. I thought I was just talking to those guys back there. Something I'd like to point out we're not, since there's a great deal of uncertainty regarding the status of the tables right now, Corey said he thinks this is not a hard and fast number, but he thinks there's 40. But the uncertainty, of course, then is how many tables are checked out by other groups right now. Jake says they need 28. What's that? Well, I thought you told me that, Jake.
I mean, Brent said it.
Okay. I was like, geez, you guys don't like that zero. I think that, there's decent odds, of course, that the tables will be available from the Memorial Union. However, if we don't want to gamble, and I can't convince your minds one way or the other on this because we're pinching pennies, but if you don't want to gamble, all unused funds. So let's say Corey has 28 tables for him, and they don't need to spend the $1,000 on the tables. That unused money comes back to us. And if you wanted to if somebody wanted to be uptight, make an amendment and say that money comes back to us right away, we can do that. Otherwise, it'll come back next year. Either way, we'll get the money back if it's not used. So,
Point of information, the last enacted clause does say that all unused funds,
yeah, okay.
it doesn't say when, I guess, but it does say that all unused funds will be returned to GSB 17.
we can add immediately if anybody wants.
I'll take that as a friendly, add it immediately to the end.
Is that what you
Point
intended?
order. Yeah, sure. Is that, am I out of,
So let's work, we'll work on that in a minute here.
Okay, Vice Speaker Stump, Deputy.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Good deal. So there's that. Philosophically, though, something I'd like to throw out there is that, as these guys have said, this is an agriculture school. From day one, before we were even Iowa State University, we were Iowa State College. Before that, we were the Iowa Model Farm and something or other. Okay, some long, bizarre name. But Model Farm was the name of this school, and that's what we did. We had a couple farmhouses here. We planted stuff. We took measurements. Yada yada yada. That is our roots. Now, to let you guys know how long, this seems like, we talked about it, we funded this for a couple years. I would like to point out, though, that the roots of this type of thing, roots? What do you want me to say?
No, it's funny because it's an egg. And it's roots.
Order.
This kind of event's been going on since essentially we had a school here, whether it was a university or college or just a place to plant beans. It was called Excursion Day. And Excursion Day was a day during the year where people from all over Iowa were invited to come to the model farm. There's obviously farmers who would typically come here. They would travel with little horses and buggies and come here. And they would speak with the professors, the instructors who were here doing the experiments. And they were finding out what worked. That was our purpose. That's how we started. Excursion Day turned into something else that we call VISHA. So this kind of stuff has been going on a long time. So to sit here and talk about this, it's a quasi-new event, blah, 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 should we fund this? Yeah, we've been doing this since the beginning. And I think that kind of matters. We talk about student impact. Preserving traditions is certainly something that matters. Now, if you want to have input on how that tradition is gone on, this is open to everybody. I'm sure these guys would love to have your input about how to impact students. I'm a poli-sci major. I was here for electrical engineering. I come from a farm, but that's as far as my interest in farming goes. When my parents die, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with that land. Farming's not for me, but this is still a ag school, and it is important. And if anybody in here is worried about how that will affect non-ag students, let them know. Let them know how they can connect to poli-sci majors like me who don't want to return to the farm. And I think that we can use our input constructively rather than arguing here about whether or not we should fund it, but we can use our argumentative power to help them make an event that's true to tradition, that does connect students to the event, does connect students to our heritage, does all of those things. So we have, give me half a second here, we have $27,972.92. We'll have what, 26 7 after we fund this. This isn't gonna hurt us. I mean, I know we're crunching, but this isn't gonna hurt us. If they get the free tables, we'll get $1,000 of that back, so we're only gonna outlay $700 in the end. So let's get this done. Thank you.
Speaker Williams.
Okay, on point of friendly amendments, you may make motion to kind of make a friendly amendment, and if you adopt it, then that's fine, but it's still a motion, just sort of like any other amendment, so it has to be adopted by the body, and so if it's unanimous consent and the chair sees it as such, then it can be adopted, but if someone would like to object to that, then they're more than welcome to, and the vote would have to take place just like a normal amendment. So I would like to propose a friendly amendment to clarify your intent of that last enacted clause to be immediately returned. If you accept, and you would ask for an objection.
Yeah, at this time, are there any objections to that amendment?
It's still adopted.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying, I appreciate that.
Cool. Speaker Williams, are you? Okay. Senator Birch.
I just wanted to reiterate some of the points that Vice Speaker Snell had said, and going off of the tweet that was read to us, as was stated, this is something that is open to everybody, and I think that's kind of a cool thing, because you don't know what they're going to take away from just being out on Central Campus or wherever this is and getting that free cheeseburger. For all you know, they could be unsatisfied in what they're doing and discover this college and find something that they're actually passionate about. I have heard stories about that in what I do in my day job, so to speak. They've had people that see the ad and the next day they're in the office wanting to know how they can sign up to be in this major or this department or this college. So I think it's a very interesting thing, and I think it would be a good thing to get the word out there, so to speak. I yield.
Senator Fitton.
I just wanted to note to the Senate, not that it's completely relevant now, my concern for the table rental and my initial objection to the changing of the timing of the returning of money wasn't necessarily because I was concerned when we were going to get it back. It was in terms of the standard it would require to pass this bill currently, because it would be out of order if those tables were available, according to PNC. So I don't think that's going to be a problem now. That's just what I did want to note to say. Thank you.
Senator Kinzer.
Move me down.
Senator Talon.
I was gonna call for question on this.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded. We are now voting on the bill as a whole. Yes means you'd like to pass this and fund Cows Week. No means you do not want to fund Cows Week, and abstain means you have a bias of some sort and will not be voting. Abbas.
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni. Breitbart.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Debates.
Yes.
Piesick.
Yes.
Fitton.
Abstain.
Foley.
Yes.
Grenadroga.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
No.
Kearns.
Yes.
Lang.
Yes.
Nygaard.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Blankenberg.
Yes.
Schulte.
Yes.
Sharp.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
Benzoni. 29 to 1, this passes.
Thank you. I thought this was a long night, I just got here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We are now on Senate Bill 2013-2-036F. Yes.
I was
Senator
just-
Fitton.
I meant to add.
Order, please. Senator Fitton.
2013-2-038, add to be in new business. It's first read bill.
Is there any objection? That's the end of the business, correct?
Say the title for information.
Funding agreement, kayak club?
FDR, what's going on?
It's not a mess, just finish this. Are you done? Are you good?
Sure.
What was the title of the bill, Senator Fitton?
Funding agreement, kayak club.
Okay, thank you.
Save it.
You still perform,
Oh, I was saying it for the Ethos bill, that's next.
that's not next.
No,
You should
It's not even just next.
I said, oh, so you changed the order around, gotcha.
That happened during open forum.
You changed it.
We are now on Senate Bill 2013-2-036F, funding Puerto Rican cultural night.
Title, funding for Puerto Rican Student Association. Object. Whereas Puerto Rican Student Association, PRSA, is having a Puerto Rican Cultural Night on September 28, 2013, and whereas the purpose of the event is to share culture and traditions with the Ames community through participation with Puerto Rican political leaders, music, and food, and whereas the event would be fun, free, and open to all students, being therefore enacted that $3,500 be allocated to the Puerto Rican Student Association from the events account pursuant to the following budget. I will say it is my intent to waive second reading.
We are now on questions of intent. Are there any? Senator Bauer.
At this time, I move to waive second reading.
Second. It has been moved and seconded to waive second read. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Second read is waived.
All right, we do have a member of the group present, so I will yield to her at this time.
I'm sorry. Hey, my name is Veronica, and I'm the president of the Puerto Rican Student Association. Some of you may not know a lot about this club, so I'm going to try and say the missions for our club. We're just trying to get out the Puerto Rican culture into the Ames community. We're actually one of the biggest minorities here in Iowa State. We're around 150 students right now. So it's one of the biggest minority, and I can't even express words to what I felt when I came here in my first year. I was traveling a long way out of home, and I came here and I found 50, 60 Puerto Ricans my first year, and it was amazing knowing that I was not alone. So just being the president this year gave me the feeling when the freshmen came in this year, and I could express them, you're not alone, we're here. You know, we have been through the same things you have been. So the Puerto Rican Culture Night started like 6 years ago, and it started in a church outside of campus. And the fire hazard capacity was 300 persons, people. So we had to move outside the central campus because we outgrown the capacity it held. And last year we did it for the first time in central campus. It was a blast. We had around 500, 600 students came in. And actually we got to share a lot about our culture. And that's what we're trying to do again this year. It's not only like, yeah, we're gonna have free food, we're gonna have like a tent, we're gonna have music, and we're gonna have a lot of stuff going on, but at the same time, we want people to know about us. We want to spread our culture and get people to know what Puerto Rico is about. A lot of people have this in mind that Puerto Rico is a state or it's not a state. So that's something that is conflict in all the United States. So we're bringing a speaker that is he ran for president last year. So we're bringing him to talk, and committee of the church cover all of it. So he's gonna talk a little bit about what Puerto Rico will be in a few years, what is right now. Is Puerto Rico state is free, and all the problems that we're seeing right now. And after that, we're gonna have the Tagata is a band, and he's gonna be playing some Puerto Rican music, and then we're gonna serve food. The food that we're gonna be serving is
we're gonna be serving garlic pork loin, mashed potatoes, buttered corn, garlic bread and cake. And all this is from the ISU dining. So we got answers back to fund half of the food. So we're asking the GSB for the other half, and then the rest for the other for the 3,500 is gonna be for the 10 tables, chairs, and stage.
Senator Johnson.
I was just wondering if you had any estimates on how many people you're expecting to attend the event. I know you said 500 to 600 from last year, but
Yeah, we're expecting, since the amount of Puerto Ricans that we have grown around 50, that we are counting around 4 per member. So we're expecting 4 roommates, I'm talking about friends, roommates for each member that is coming from Puerto Rico. So I'm expecting, if last year we had 500, I'm expecting 700, 650 something.
okay. And so then how is that? I assume you calculated this, but I'm just curious how that lines up then with the tents and tables, et cetera, estimates that you have there.
Can you repeat the question, I'm sorry?
This your estimate there for the tents, tables, chairs, stage, and lights. I'm just wondering how that aligns then with your estimate of.
No, we actually have the table tents, is like that's not being covered at all. We got funds from all of the colleges. So actually for table, tents, chairs, stage, and lights, it's gonna be a total of 3813. So what we're asking you guys to cover is the 2,300 only.
So would you like one of us to remove that entirely? You don't need any funding for us?
No,
on
we
that,
actually
or?
need it, but we got like what's missing. We're only asking for 2,300, and the total is 3813. So we're asking for a percent amount of funding for the table tents.
Okay, well, I guess that still goes along with my question though, of how like, what the process was of you evaluating how many tables you needed.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Last year we had, we're expecting not everyone's gonna be eating at the same time. So we just want a place where people can sit down and chat around and talk with people, talk with Puerto Ricans and ask questions around. So last year we had tables, we have 44 tables, and we had chairs for 300 people at the same time. So we're expecting people walking around, people dancing, so it's not gonna be chairs for everyone, but we're expecting for at least 3 you will have a chair and a table.
So then did you find that number of tables for the total number of people was about correct, or you maybe didn't?
Last year we had our club members that were active, we stand up because it's okay, we were part of the club, so we had all the guests sitting down. We were a little bit short, but we worked through it all, so I think we can work through it again.
So you're funding about the same number of tents and everything, okay? Yeah.
Senator Fitch.
I need to speak to Williams.
Alright, at this time, I'd like to propose the Finance Committee memo, which actually takes the GSB column for food from $1,200 to $810. Everything else changed, so we're going from $3,500 that we would be funding to $2,910. And I will enlarge this, and I'm actually going to yield to the finance director if he doesn't mind explaining why for our new senators, finance committee is done this. Or I could yield back to Senator Fitton.
It's your yield.
All right, I'm gonna yield to, it's not really, it's yours anyway, so Fitton, go.
As some information for new senators, under B and C, we have a specific formula that we use for funding of international and ethnic food. It is 5 times 4 times the number of members that are registered in the student organization database under the group. This group had 54 members, I believe that's what we said yesterday, and so we took that times 20, and then you're eligible for up to 75% of that total cost. And so that's reflected in the Finance Committee amendments to that specific number. If you have any questions on why that is a number, I believe Finance Director Rubisky said that when this was written, it was basically the expectation that each person would bring along 4 people to the event as well, so that's where we get the 4 from. It's an arcane formula, I believe, but that's part of the process that we'll go over this year, and that's how we came to this number. I'll call the question on the amendment if there's no other questions. You see it?
Question has been called and seconded on the amendment. UC has also been called. Is there any objection to UC? Amendment passes.
May I address the group?
You may.
All right, we talked yesterday about the table situation and chairs. Can you speak on what was able to happen today with that?
Yeah, I went ahead today. I went to the event management and people upstairs, and they can only rent out 8 tables at the same time. So that's why we are not getting the tables from the MU, because we're actually getting 44 tables. So that's.
Other than that, I have no other comments on the table.
Senator Fitton.
I'll yield the present views.
Thanks.
Thank you, didn't see you.
Sorry.
I didn't see you. You're fine.
I just want to briefly mention something since I don't get to vote anymore. But when we're discussing things, talking about our financial situation, one of the things that you all should be aware of, especially newer members, is that priorities and criteria for finance only allows GSB to fund international or ethnic food. So a student organization that is not international or ethnic typically is not able to have food funded. This distinction seems unfair in my eyes. I think either we fund food or we don't. I understand why it exists, but given our current circumstances, not funding food across the board seems to be an easy way to save funds and use them more responsibly, while at the same time being more equitable across the board. That's my personal opinion at this point.
Senator Fitton.
My only response to present views would be that we tried this argument, no one more than myself, during the regular allocations process last year. And we determined at the end of the day that this was something that was within our means to do. That will certainly be revisited this year, but I think this expenditure would be consistent with what every other organization during the regulars process experienced. And I think it would be unfair to do so with this group. That idea. It is mine.
At this time, I would encourage discussion on the bill as a whole.
I have a point of information request to anybody, for myself and other members, new members, I'm sorry. Is this a common amount of money that we designate for events similar to this? I guess not having been around GSB for more than a couple months, I'm not super knowledgeable about this.
Finance Director Rudisky, will you yield to that question? Can you repeat it,
If you
please?
can restate the question.
I'm sorry, I was just asking on behalf of myself and other other relatively new members who haven't been around as long. Is this a fairly common amount of money designated for this sort of event? Or, I mean, do we do this sort of thing a lot? Is there a lot of precedent for this?
I guess I'm having a problem trying to find a way to answer your question honestly, because it really depends on events. I mean, events can be funded for upwards of $4,000 to $5,000, or you can fund an event like this. It depends on the scope. Specifically, there is precedent for funding for ethnic events of this size that would expose students to international perspectives, things of that nature. There's also, other events that we've supported for tents, tables, chairs, etc. for $2,000 before. So in that, it just really depends on the scope of the event and that nature. So I guess yes and no.
How about with this event specifically, like last year? Is this fairly similar to that too?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
The group can answer.
Yeah. Yes, can I answer that? Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Actually, we asked for a little bit more last year.
Okay.
So this year we got funding from a lot of colleges, so that's why we could get it a little bit down, but we couldn't get it too much.
Okay.
Senator Benzoni.
May I just speak?
You may.
We happen to have a line item breakdown, I suppose this actually is up to anyone. Line item breakdown of the tents, tables, chairs, and lights, because that's probably a little bit of those are altogether. I'd like to
Yeah, I actually have it here, but I only have one copy.
We reviewed it.
Vice Speaker Snell's coming to grab it and share.
Okay. I have the document. Should anybody wish to yield to me to answer their question?
I yield to Vice Speaker Smith.
What is your question?
I just want to let in break down the expenses for each item within the tents, tables, chairs, stage, mutts category.
Okay, let's do yourself.
I'll write these down.
Yeah.
Okay. And these are totals. For tents, we have $1,744. For tables, we have $277.20. Chairs, we have $280.80. For stage, we have $1,121.70. And for lighting, we have $310 even.
Senator Fitton.
You see for the rest of
Go ahead.
I wanted just to answer your question, Senator Johnson. These are pretty regular, especially during the regular allocation process. I looked at a couple on all of P2, and that's the link at the bottom of your finance director memo that you can see budgets for different student groups. International Student Council got upwards of $4,500 for Bisha Food Village or Bisha Village. APAC, Asian Pacific American Awareness Coalition, has about, over $900 funded for their cultural event as well. So these are pretty regular requests. And Vice Speaker Snell also mentioned something that I want to make sure you senators know. PNC, this document I've been referencing on multiple occasions this evening, is priorities and criteria. And it used to be last year that it wasn't binding, or it was binding only in our allocation cycles. It was binding for all of the spending we have to do outside of the programs, I believe. And that's in bylaws, which means if we were to break anything in that document, it would take a 2/3 votes, not 65. I think everything's been explained. We need to debate. I call the question.
Question has been called and seconded. We're now voting on the bill as a whole. Yes means you want to fund this, no means you don't want to. Abbas.
Yes.
Alexander.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Yes.
What? Breitbart.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Debates.
Yes.
Piesick.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Foley.
Yes.
Grenadier.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Lang.
Yes.
Nygaard.
Yes.
Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Blankenberg.
Yes.
Schulte.
Yes.
Sharp.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Talon.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Voss. Oh, sorry. Walsh.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
No.
By a vote of 31 to 1 to 0, this passes.
Thank you.
We're now on, let's see here. Senate Bill 2013-016Y, establishment of current Robert rules.
Senate Bill 2013-2-016Y, titled Establishing the Current Revision of Robert's Rules of Order as a Parliamentary Authority. Since this is a second read, and I have the accompanying funding bill for first read this evening, I am going to move to table this for 1 week so we can introduce these both at the same time. And I will apologize ahead of time. When we discussed this in the Rules Committee, we discussed having somebody write the funding bill. I just assumed somebody would do it, and I should have done it. So that's why we have a week gap here between these two. That's my fault, and I apologize for that. So I would really appreciate it if you would allow us to table this.
Is there any discussion?
You see?
Oh, sorry. Can we do a question? Want to do you see?
We're good, because it's a light.
Okay, UC has been called. Is there any objections to tabling this for 1 week? Okay, table for 1 week. We're now on Senate Order 2013-2-024 SG, seating a senator on UA.
Senate Order 2013-2-042 SG, title Senior Member of the University Affairs Committee. Whereas the University Affairs Committee has
Is there an objection?
Yeah.
Okay, please say it loudly and so continue to read.
Oh, there was an objection, okay, sorry. Whereas the University Affairs Committee has one open seat, be it therefore ordered that Senator Blank be seated as a member of the University Affairs Committee, and be it further ordered that Senator Blank immediately assume all rights and responsibilities of their position as delineated in government law. Any questions?
Senator Fitton.
Move to open the floor for nominations.
Second?
The floor is now open for nominations. Just a second. Here. Senator Bauer.
Move to nominate Senator Kensler.
I respectfully decline.
Senator Johnson.
I'd like to nominate Senator Alexander.
Senator Wolf.
Move to nominate Senator Schulte.
Like so.
Senator Snow, or Vice Speaker Snow.
I just wanted to say something real quick here. For those of you who are new and do not have a committee assignment yet, and you are interested in the University Affairs Committee, perhaps the chair would allow the University Affairs chairman to speak about what the University Affairs Committee is all about, so the new people may make a decision whether they want to be included in this or not. And that will be up to the chair.
Kearns.
All right, so the University Affairs Committee, often referred to as the catch-all committee. We essentially work on anything that GSB does that does not fall under finance rules or PR. So any major university projects, we serve as liaisons to the administration as well as to the students. So like this year, a good example is we're going to try and work with risk management to improve some efficiencies for the students when they're planning events or doing other things with risk management. It makes it easier for them. So that's a good example of how we're interacting with university policy to make the student experience better. You guys have heard what we're working on in our reports. We've got a really good committee this year. I think we're excited to actually, I guess the running joke is that UA committee never actually really gets anything done. They talk a lot and don't do anything. And we're looking to change that this year, and I'm pretty excited about it. That's a good enough description.
Unless anybody has questions.
Yeah, does anyone have any questions? Yeah. Yeah, so we meet at 6:10 on Tuesdays, and we just got a room confirmed, sorry, Benzoni, in 3558 here in the MU. So that will be consistent throughout the entire semester. Yes?
Just a quick question. Can any senator just come and sit on it?
Yeah. Anyone is more than welcome to come in and sit in at any time, as Senator Schulte did this week. So he's seeking nomination now, and he was actively seeking that and came and sat in the meeting last week, so I support that nomination.
Are there any other questions for UA Chair Kearns? Senator Fitton.
I move to close the floor for nomination.
Second.
Second.
I'll check provisionally, unless any of the new people want to volunteer.
Do withdraw.
Since nobody's saying, I will withdraw. I will withdraw my objection if nobody says it.
Senator Doherty.
Does anybody want to be on UA committee when it has been nominated? No? I will close the floor for nomination.
Okay, is there any objection to closing the public nominations?
There's just one nomination, right? Move to fill the blank.
Second?
I will recognize new Senator Kearns.
Oh, excuse me.
We have moved to fill the blank.
Question.
Question has been called and seconded.
UC.
UC has been called to fill the blank with Senator Schulte's name. Is there any objection to UC? That passes. We are now on the bill as a whole.
Question.
Question has been called and seconded.
Object question, can he explain a little bit about what wants to be on the committee before we vote?
I will not remove my question.
Question has not been withdrawn. We will now vote on whether or not we will vote on the bill as a whole. All in favor of voting on this bill, please raise your placard high.
Oh, my.
Okay, down. Up for no. Down. Up for abstain. Okay, we will be voting. Okay. UC has been called on the bill as a whole. Is there any objection? This passes. Congratulations. Before we move on, I will just say as a request, tonight we've had a lot of talking without being called on, and I'm kind of going with it, but it's also very hard, and it's getting to the point where it's becoming frustrating. So please do wait to be recognized by the chair because it'll make business a lot smoother. New business? We are now in new business, Senate Bill 2013-2-034F, funding Ethos.
Title, Funding Ethos. Whereas Ethos magazine has been covering the culture of Iowa State University since its inception in 1947, and whereas Ethos experienced communication and transition issues during the regular allocations process, be it therefore enacted that $16,995 be allocated to Ethos magazine from the Senate discretionary account pursuant to the following budget. It's my intent to have you here next week, and I will yield to questions of intent.
So questions of intent are questions that have a yes or no answer. Senator Johnson.
Is it the author's intent to explain said communication and transition issues?
Yes.
Awesome.
Are there any further questions of intent? Thank you. Senate Bill 2013-2-035F, funding 3 copies of Robert's Rules.
Title, funding for 3 copies of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. Okay, before I yield questions of intent, I will say it is my intent to explain why we're doing this. And it will be also my intent to waive second read, or move right away on this. What we're gonna do is we're gonna pair these 2 bills together. So we'll do this one first, and then the one that we tabled, we'll do that one right afterwards.
So Finance Committee didn't address this at our meeting yesterday. We had a 2.5-hour meeting. We had a 2.5-hour meeting yesterday, and Finance Committee decided to not address this issue, so it's not out of committee.
Okay.
So I apologize for that, but we had student organizations.
That's fine.
A PR meeting was right after it. Several of our members are dual seated, so.
It's still first reading, so.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
You'll see it Monday, right?
Tuesday.
Or Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday.
I thought you were trying to move on it now. but-
No.
I
I misspoke initially.
President Hughes.
I have a question for Ken.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Please.
Does the authors intend to name the bylaws that they are referencing here?
It is the author's intent to propose a rules committee amendment.
Are there any further questions of intent? We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-036F. Oh, we passed that already, just kidding. What's up there? We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-038F, funding canoeing and kayak club.
All right, funding ISU Canoe and Kayak Club. Whereas the ISU Canoe and Kayak Club educates students and promote activities pertaining to canoeing and kayaking. Whereas in order for the ISU Canoe and Kayak Club to participate in competitions, new equipment must be purchased in order to meet safety standards. Whereas the club dues, fundraising events, and donations to the club haven't been large enough to pay for these items below in full, enacted that $6,567 be transferred from the GSB capital projects account to the ISU Canoe and Kayak Club pursuant to the following budget. Questions on that?
Senator Fitton.
Is it the author's intent to add and therefore and clauses to clarify the meaning?
It is.
Senator Fitton. Senator Kensler.
The author's intent to have an accompanying bill replenishing the capital projects account.
Repeat the question.
Is it the author's intent to have an accompanying bill replenishing the capital projects account?
Yes?
Or no?
Yes.
We can do that.
Are there any further questions of intent? Senator Brightbrook.
Is it the author's intent to have a member of the group present?
Yes.
Next meeting?
Are there any further questions of intent? You good? Thank you, Senator Wolf. Closing announcements. Senator Bauer.
I'll make this short. Just wanted to recognize Speaker Emeritus Kensler on the big 2-3 today. Birthday parties. No, there's no birthday party, but just wanted to
Okay, before you do that, I just want to say that Abby and I had this all planned out, and I was going to call on her, and I forgot. But Abby and I were so excited to wish you happy birthday, so I just wanted to say that because I feel bad. Happy birthday, Kate. And with that,
That's it.
let's sing.
Happy
birthday
to
you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Grace. Happy birthday to you. Sorry, Senator Fitton.
All right, I have just a couple things. As I mentioned earlier during open forum, I will be working over the next month to draft a resolution concerning our actual priorities. I will be more than happy to have input from each and every member of this room. I'll usually work on that during my office hours and submit. So if you ever find me in the West Sauce, come and talk to me about that. We could really use your guidance as a finance committee because, as you've seen, everything's coming out with no bias because we know you guys are going to debate it anyway, and there's no real use in us setting the priorities when they usually change before us anyways. The second thing I wanted to mention is that PRSA committee applications are open currently, and I would encourage anyone that's interested in being part of the largest student-run festival in the nation to take part of that tradition. And then, I can't remember, I had one more thing. Oh, yes, I talked to City Council Liaison Harvey earlier today, I believe, and she said that council comments that the city did take some kind of action on the Chapter 13 rental housing code as it pertains to Greek chapters. I will be working with my counterparts in our ward and others to draft a resolution where that is concerned, and that we'll probably see that on the first week next week. Yeah, next week. So I just encourage you to talk to your constituents, whoever they may be, especially the Greeks, this specifically pertains to them, about what they would like to see in that resolution, and you'll see that next week. With that, I have no other, and I'll yield the Senate board.
May I just comment on that? I heard someone comment last week about how the members of the Greek community weren't part of their constituency. It's fine if you feel that way, but I will note that if this were to pass, there's a great chance that Greek chapters will have to shut down their house, and then there will be even more pressure on the university to deal with the shortage of housing. So I will put that thought in the back of your mind, but with that I yield.
Senator Fitton, so much.
I guess just to talk about that, yes, I heard that specifically. whether you know, actually, I think I can say with confidence, you're members of the great community, every person here's constituency. They live off campus, usually they live in residence halls their freshman year, or off campus as they gain seniority, and this impacts the student body at large. So I would definitely appreciate input to draft that resolution as well. I have no further input.
President Hughes.
Thanks. Couple things. First, earlier today I emailed out something from Pat Miller, Director of Lectures. There's a lecture tomorrow night. Some guy who wrote for The Daily Show, which is kind of cool. And he also is looking to like rewrite the U.S. Constitution. And I'm going to yield to Senator Johnson.
As co-chair of Today Lectures, basically, so the deal is this is our Constitution Day speaker. We try to bring somebody every year for Constitution Day. This guy's quite a bit less dry than last year. Last year we had Thomas Goldstein from SCOTUS blog, who was awesome but less funny. Yeah, basically he's a Daily Show writer, so if you like the Daily Show, it's your sort of thing. I'm pretty pumped about it. It's tomorrow at whatever time she said in the email, but I should know.
Tomorrow at 8 in the Great Hall.
Yeah,
So for those
there's a lot of upcoming really great lectures in October in general, I'm sorry.
Sure.
So definitely check out, it's just lectures.isd.edu, and we spend a lot of money on lectures, and there's a ton of awesome ones, especially October for whatever reason. Like, for example, the World Food Prize speaker is coming to speak in a couple weeks, so I know it's initial food security. But anyway, so yeah, just keep an eye on that, because that's one of our big expenditures, and it's pretty good use.
India, it's also that's not a stupid one.
Yes, Dr. Picker.
Anyway, yeah, those of you who are not Iowa State football fans can go to the lecture tomorrow night. I'll be watching.
Yeah.
And then
Please.
one last thing. The 4 LAS senators, P-State Boss, Johnson, Peterson, I want to see you after the meeting.
Oh, let's go.
Senator Parkinson.
Okay, I have two things, I guess, that are not GSB. Well, one is GSB related, one is the first one is, I guess I'll speak on my behalf of the Model United Nations Club. We are currently meeting, and on November 23rd to the 26th, we go to Chicago to a conference where we pretend to be the United Nations. This year, we actually have enough people, we think, for 2 teams, and we decided on Monday that we will be Bangladesh, and we haven't decided on Senator Lang's not very happy. She liked Monica Montenegro, but we're going to be Bangladesh, and the second team we haven't decided yet. So right now, our meeting time is not exactly set in stone. We were meeting at 510 at Carver, room 4 in the basement of Carver, but that will change once our duel is finished, I guess by tomorrow. And then on the second note, I brought something up, something new in PR. There's always been talk of this. I know for those of you who remember Senator Austin Bullhagen from, when was that? Last year. From when I first started, we talked about doing a zombie run for charity for a very long time. And this is something I would really like to see come to be. So right now, I have 3 of your fellow senators helping me out with it. Senator Doherty, Lang, and
Hi.
Bush. It's been a long night. Yeah, if you're interested in helping out with that, it's basically all proceeds are going to go to charity, and we're looking to have a coalition with all sorts of other organizations on campus, Triathlon Club, I would say Running Club, all sorts. And I've talked to a lot of people, and they're really excited about it. There's one in Des Moines, Minneapolis, it's all over. It's a kind of new fad. So it would be great to donate all proceeds to charity. Go to like Ames Food Pantry or feeding starving children. It's kind of ironic, I'm going to feed them. So, yeah, that's thank you.
Election Commissioner Gunberg.
All right. First off, I want to thank Director Loomis and Hopeful for taking over and filling in for the missing spots with the minutes and the Twitter today. Last week on Friday, I met with the Registrar's Office to get the apportionment numbers and the constituency kind of divides up that they had. I also got the final confirmation for Speaker Williams on campus count, so hopefully all of that should be set for this year. I'm looking at the different streets and getting the boundaries all set up. I should have apportionment and seating for the election commission on the 9th of October. I won't be here next week, so you're all lucky, I guess. But the applications for the election commission are due this coming Monday, 7 p.m. I've sent out a few applications that I received from people interested from the mass email that went out today. No one has got back to me yet with a complete application, but I'm optimistic that a few of them will be back. If you know of anyone that might be interested in the election commission, they're more than welcome to email me to get an application. There's plenty of time left to apply. It's a short little essay of why you think the election commission is awesome and you'd be a good fit. So hopefully in 2 weeks we'll have a lot of the election stuff coming through, and then we're also working on the different revisions to Chapter 12 and 13 of the election code. So if you have any suggestions for that, I'm more than receptive. I know President Hughes is planning on sending me a letter. Barry looks upset as usual, so I'll just cut it at that. So if you have anything further, you're more than welcome to email me. Thank you.
Senator Finn.
Oh, I just had to plug real quick for Senator Murrow, so that's sure. Really, my paycheck, or excuse me, my checking account would really appreciate it if you guys helped buy these away. Help contribute.
Can you show the back too?
Yeah. Just haven't seen them.
Oh,
Don't talk to me after the meeting if you want to set up a meeting.
Can you have them send out an email maybe, so as a reminder, because.
Actually, Senator Murrow was going to do that earlier today. I told him that he would have to ask permission of somebody to use a listserv. Because that's something we don't just.
You weren't so obstinate, like, buy them and help you out, but.
Right.
Just let you hang.
With that, I yield.
If you haven't got your picture taken, I'll do it quick after the meeting. This will be the last day that I'm doing individual pictures, so if you don't get one, then you don't get one. All right? I yield.
Senator Kearns.
All right, I'll be quick, since there's not enough to do tomorrow night already, apparently. Sigma Alpha, the agricultural sorority here, is hosting a Mr. Cows event tomorrow night in the Farm Bureau Pavilion. So all the ag clubs have representatives, so it's like a pageant pretty much for guys. It sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. I'll be there. And then after that, this is from 7 to 9, Mr. Cow's pageant is. And then after that, my fraternity, AGR, is having our annual plan be Agri Fries, which is essentially just like sliced potatoes that we fry up, put some toppings on. And then we'll also have fried Oreos, fried candy bars, all the works. So if you're free from 9 to 1 tomorrow, it's for Relay for Life. Those are the cause. So it's at AGR, just south of campus, south of Buchanan. So.
If I can add to
Yeah, I was going to add.
Tomorrow night is the only night that you can register for Relay for Life without having to pay a $10 registration fee. So if you go to Agri Fry and register, you do not have to pay that fee. And join us tomorrow night. So if you're from one, that will be free for you. Just FYI.
And that's exactly why I go. I just want to throw that out there. And because you guys are great. Evie, Senator Ward.
If you're interested in eating before Agri Fries, you can head over to Delta Wild Wings, which is at Delta, and watch the football game on a giant sheet in their backyard and eat all you can eat T-dubs for $5 and support the Cyclones. So go state, $5. What does it benefit? St. Jude's? Oh, it benefits, yeah, St. Jude's Research Hospital.
Senator Benzoni.
I just had a quick idea, probably for PR. I think it'd be cool if we had some signs out right in front of the MU here with just some quick facts about GSB, like Ford, like GSB controls $2 million. Some people's quick facts to read, like, I like it.
Senator Peterson.
So I just wanted to bring attention to a little bit of rules tidbit that you guys might not have known, and we almost ran into a problem with it earlier after, what was that, Triathlon Club, when a bunch of people left. We were sitting at 25 in the room, and at the moment with 37 seated senators, our quorum is 25 senators. So had another person left, we could not technically operate business. Just keep that in mind when you're stepping out of the room, okay?
see you blended with your shirt.
When it comes to compromising on the amount of money that we give to organizations, I've noticed we usually argue a lot and then say, how about half? And so it's always like this general half, and I don't know, it just seems that we should like maybe put some more thought into it, or maybe give them the full amount or nothing at all, because compromise, no one's going to be happy. And also, like, it's become so common that if I was a student organization going to ask for money, I would know I'm going to ask for twice as much because they're going to cut by half anyway. And no matter if the organization has done the research, look for discounts, done fundraising on their own, it's basically half that's been suggested most of the time. Also, that's it.
Thank you. As a reminder to Senate, we would recommend that you wait to give comments regarding how Senate operates until open forum following the meeting of your observations. That way you have a week to think about it and no one ever feels attacked. So I just recommend to senators to wait a week to give those comments and do those during open forum. FDR.
Okay, first off, something I forgot to mention in my report for this week. It is in the memo, but just so you know, I will be hosting information sessions for special allocations. My first one's tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll be hosting 3 next week at various times in my day, taking up my office hours and any other free hour I have that's in a reasonable time that students would be on campus, which is my weekend. So if you know student organizations who are looking to come to special allocations, make sure that they get those dates. They're in my memo. Finance Committee will be doing hearings on Sunday the 13th of the next month. I don't have the times for that yet because I really don't know how many organizations are coming so that we can set up time. With that being said, I guess I would say that it's important to frame what we talk about in the right light. For instance, saying that we have $2 million is an interesting thing because that just leads students to thinking that we're only a funding thing. We do much more than funding here. I would say that a lot of what GSB does doesn't even happen on Wednesdays. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind looking forward. So that's just something that struck me a little bit earlier. Not to say that letting students know that we're important because we use $2 million to achieve our ends. Maybe that's a different way, but I think it's much more important. A lot of the things that we do outside of that are also just as important, and we need to make sure that we don't forget about those two. With that, go Cyclones.
Before I turn it over to Vice Speaker and Speaker, tonight during the Senate meeting, when we've had a lot of side conversations and talking without being recognized, definitely made me feel like you don't respect the people that you're working with because you aren't listening to them. And it also, just the lack of respect and the lack of others' time was very disappointing. And the final thing I'd like to say regarding that is, we all come here every Wednesday night and we do our business. And, you know, we talk about efficiency and we talk about a lot of things every week during those meetings. And I would just recommend the Senate to please be respectful of each other and respectful of each other's time. You know, we've had closing announcements for about the last half hour. And think about what you can say to make your point without talking for several minutes. Because it really does add up and it does matter. Because a lot of you probably still have to go home and do homework. And guess what? The reason we're here is because of academics. So that's all I want to say about that. Just keep that in mind for future meetings. Vice Speaker Snow.
Thank you. It won't actually be long. Do have a few points to get though. Since it's very important, I think, to recognize excellence, I want to formally, for the record, thank Mr. Bauer and Ms. Fletcher for the retreat. I think you guys did a fantastic job. As Senator Bauer indicated in his opening announcements during the report section of the agenda, more social activities have been requested, and I know I've mentioned this to Senator Bauer. I just mentioned it to Hillary earlier. Gage and I talked about this back when he was Speaker. Perhaps scheduling one time a week where we have a set number of reservations, 6, 8, 10 reservations at the tea room over in McKay. And that there's a rotating schedule of us that all get together every week over there at McKay, and we have like a little luncheon, a GSB luncheon. Obviously, all 40 of us can't show up there, so it have to be a few of us at a time. But that's an opportunity. And while Nancy was talking earlier in her presentation, we could also maybe, is there something else they gave? We could maybe also move it around to some of the different dining areas. I know I haven't eaten at all of them, and some of them aren't. They are all different, so that's another opportunity I'll throw out there too. This is also a favor for Zach. This would be a favor to me if you would do this for him. He has to go and get this camera every week. So it'd be really nice if maybe a couple of you could step up, and maybe next week somebody else goes and checks it out, and the week after that somebody else checks it out. What's that? Okay. Because he's been doing this ever since we passed the bylaw to do it, and I know he's getting tired of it. So whoever has volunteered to do it, please make good on that promise. ISU Women's Rugby, we had fun with them last semester with regard to the safety jerseys. They've had the jerseys, and their first game is Saturday at 3 in the Southwest Athletic Complex, and I will be going. I intend to get my photo taken with the team in their new jerseys because it's so contentious, and I'm egotistically proud of the fact that I actually bent PNC and we passed that, so I'm happy. With respect to recognizing good work, I want to throw a shout out to Senators Turhall, to Mr. Breitbarth, and Mr. Kearns as well, UA committee in general. Mr. Turhall has been after this food thing. Appreciate that. That's precisely the kind of thing that this group ought to be doing. Obviously, the sidewalks, the concrete, some of the other projects we've been talking about. Actually, I'll probably punt you that thing I was talking to Miles Lackey with. I'll give the ball roll. I'll CC you on email. But that's the kind of stuff that we're supposed to be doing, guys. So congratulations and thank you for and I'm going to make a criticism here, but it's a constructive criticism. It's a positive thing. I'm not attacking anybody. And this is directed towards Finance Committee. This is a request. This is a polite request. Repeatedly, we heard that we were asked to abide by an unknown and unwritten standard. Right? Particularly, Mr. Pittman kept bringing up the fact that we need to change. We need to change the way we do funding. We need to change the way we look at things. And therefore, maybe we ought to think about a particular bill in that light. The problem that I have with that, Kyrie, is that we don't know that standard yet. So I know you're working on that resolution, and I pledge my support to help you on that resolution, because that's something that we need to get nailed down. All of us in here agree that that is important. So let's really light a fire into that. Let's get that taken care of. So we do have at least some standard. A good one or a bad one, we at least need to have some rules, and I will definitely help you with that. And I would ask all of you guys to help us with that too. So we do have something that we can argue about, not some ambiguous thing that everybody has their own idea of right now. And as a side, kind of an attachment to that too, with respect to some of the finance bills that we get, some of the stuff, I would like the tables. For example, I know you guys know that the tables are an option. If you guys can investigate those kind of things before they come to the floor, so we don't have to argue about them, because I think that a lot of the times we argue about stuff. This is a call to rules committee too. This isn't just finance committee, guys. I'm not picking them. When these bills come to the floor, a lot of the things that we argue about, I think, probably could have been taken care of in committee. And I would like to see bills come to the floor more prepared than they have been, so perhaps we can not have to waste time and those kind of things. And I bring that up now, guys, not next week in open forum, because you have a finance committee meeting coming up. And so it's a teamwork thing. I understand that. This is an evolutionary thing. It's just a polite request. And I know you guys are awesome at your jobs. Let's see that awesomeness. And with that, I do. Thank you, guys.
Senator Kinzer?
Just real quick, kind of to build off the camaraderie and getting to see each other outside of this meeting. I know last year really informally. I meant to ask you last year, but I didn't. We touched on the idea of having like a GSB poker night. We held it a couple times. It was a lot of fun. So if you're interested in that, let me know after the meeting, and maybe we can get something going with that. So, there you go.
Speaker, President Hughes.
I just want to remind the LES Center to see it in the meeting, because it's been like that, because it's been a while.
I know. Speaker Williams.
For poker, make sure it's not like a GSB thing, 'cause otherwise we actually do have to fill out a form. Very, no. I went through president's hearing, I know it's not, but as long as it's informal. Let's see. All right, the fun thing about going last is most of what you wanted to say has already been said, so half my job is done. But just, I guess to piggyback a little bit off what Vice Speaker Snell said too, not only is it the committee's job, but I think if you're going to be writing a bill, it would be in your best interest too to be able to answer some of these questions. So be invested in the group that you're writing the bill for too. So if they're having some hard times, I don't want you to give them false information. You know, talk to Dan or speak to myself or any other committees that it's going to be in. But make sure you're kind of working with them to find the best way that to get their intent across. So it's because you know the process more than they do, and so being that resource for them is very helpful. I will say in closing announcements, please reserve any criticisms for anybody for open forum or for outside. That is what office hours are for. You can talk to people about it. You can talk to people out of a meeting. This is just an encouragement. You can do what you wish, but I'm actually thinking about reforming what closing announcements are in the bylaws because I don't think it's an appropriate forum. And so here I am criticizing you for that, so that's very ironic and that's exciting. Also, as Senator Johnson and President Hughes alluded to, the Kingdom Systems meeting was last night. Not only am I speaking at the summit, but I'm also the Campustown Student Association president, and so you'll actually hear a lot more from me about those things. I'm going to make sure to communicate a lot better too. That's part of my job, and just being informed for you guys too. But a part of the Campustown Student Association, we're actually doing a food crawl. We were going to do it last year, but timing kind of stuck away from us, and so I won't say a date now because we're going through event management and doing a lot of stuff to make sure that the date is good and everything's okay, but it should be really fun, and so I will let you know when that is coming up. And but I think it's been a great meeting, and I appreciate all the work that you guys do here and out of the meeting as well. So with that, I am going to adjourn.
Meeting adjourned.